Well, hello there. Master Hellish here, and welcome to a Tuesday night Kerbal Space Program Let's Play. Now, if you're watching the stream afterwards on Twitch or YouTube, we're going to have 15 minutes of catching up, chatting, talking about what's gone on recently and what's coming up. So if you want to head over to the main game action, just fast forward to the 15-minute mark. But hello everybody. I can see that a number of people are already swinging by to catch some rockets tonight. Maybe even some aeroplanes. Maybe even a boat. You never know. It sounds like quite a few people have been enjoying doing some furs. Since we did our Open TTD event, it was the Viewers Game number 28 on Saturday night. And I sprung it on everybody last moment. I was like, by the way, everyone, we're doing Steel Time Furs. And everybody was like, ah! And I gave them a link to the website that showed them the diagram. And then there was like, ah! And it was, it was interesting. I was a right old curveball there. And some people have been playing on the Viewer Plus server recently as well, which is cool. And Brandon's like, oh, I can barely make profit in a regular game. Like, well... Furs is not hard, it's just complicated. It's the same as the base game. Primary industry, middle industries, a few more middle industries, end industry or houses. Use trains to move it. It's yeah. But I can see Eggs here. Hello. Dexter's watching on YouTube. Hello. It can't fast forward when live. That's why I said if you're watching afterwards on YouTube or Twitch. But yes, you can't fast forward if you're live. If you're live and you just want the game action, go make a cup of tea, get yourself a drink or something. Tonight I've got some water. It's still water. Do you know how I know it's still water? Because I have a look and it's water. Then I look away. Then I look back again and yet it's still water. No, it's it's the worst joke in the world. Oh, it's dad joke time, isn't it? It's strawberry flavoured water. Actually has 0 strawberries in it. The flavouring comes from some sort of acids, I believe. Some sort of acids. I don't know what. Yeah, Kerbal says, I don't think it's harder. There's just more. Bear with me a moment. Yeah, acronyms, yes. I'm not a massive fan of acronyms, but when you're talking about a particular topic, for example, space travel, and there are some common acronyms which are used everywhere, then... you know, that to me is okay. So like MECO for main engine cutoff and max Q. Well, max Q is kind of, yeah, that's an abbreviation rather. But anyway, what I don't like is when you go somewhere, for example, you start a new job somewhere and they have their own acronyms for their own little specific things that they have. And it's like, no, please don't do that. Please, generic acronyms that are used everywhere, that's cool, but not unique ones. Good evening Gecko, welcome. So yes, we had a fantastic viewers game. I don't know if we'll be putting a highlights video together. Jackamak kindly made a highlights video for the last viewers game 27, and I don't know if SAS, RCS thing that those are all cool things because they're common throughout the industry. I mean, TR10 is probably a fantastic example of where it's bad, because TR, well, what's that mean? It could be anything because it means test rocket, but it's not. I don't. That's not an industry standard. You had that at your last job. You get very good at acronyms really fast. Yeah. SAS does have 2 meanings, but you should be able to know that based on context. Like, I can't imagine any situation where you're talking about SAS in a rocketry sense, and somebody thinks you mean the other one. Yeah, there's probably more than two, that's true. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit warm tonight here. Everybody was messaging me today saying, "Oh, isn't it a cold day today?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not cold." I think it's because it's like I'm wearing a long sleeve top. It's the Trees t-shirt. Available at hellishstore.net. But don't buy it. Don't buy it. Wait until... When is it? There's a sale this week, isn't there? Is it this week? Yes. Starts tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll put a notification. Sand and sandstone. Now you're just making random acronyms up. You are now. You're just making it up. So yeah. So watch out. Let's do a what's coming up thing. So we have a brand new design and t-shirt available on the store tomorrow. We've got a 10% sale happening starting tomorrow. Then on Thursday we'll be doing our RimWorld live stream. Also tomorrow we should be doing our normal lunchtime stream, so if you want to vote for what's going to be in the lunchtime stream, remember we do that in the morning on Discord, so get yourself over to Discord for that. I think on Thursday night we're actually going to try and attack another tribe for a change. We've been attacked by other people over and over again, and I think it's about time we put our foot down and started attacking other people. See how that goes. See how many people die. We'll try and be cunning about it. We'll try and be cunning. And then the September giveaways are going to be announced on Saturday. That's going to be quite cool. I think there's a triple giveaway for the Viewer Plus subscribers. By the way, Viewer Plus subscribers, support the channel and keep the channel going. At the minute, we're so close to getting that 40 mark. Hopefully we can get there quite soon and hit that 42, that important number, which means that's my estimation of keeping this channel funded, which is absolutely fantastic. And then, of course, next week is a little bit different. So next week, so just a bit of an advance warning, everyone. On Tuesday, we'll have our Kerbal Space program as normal, but on Wednesday, we'll be doing RimWorld. We won't be doing it on Thursday. Okay? I am busy on Thursday, so I'm not able to stream, and I was able to move it to Wednesday. So we will still have those two streams, just in a slightly different day. Right then. HITB. Hellish is the best. Oh, God. I can't work that out. Oh, don't make me Google it. Don't make me Google that. But it's oh, I'm gonna look. You just made it up, didn't you? You just made it up. I can't find any references to that. Yeah, the acronym is explained in the same sentence. Oh dear. Oh, I thought it was Hellish is the best. Oh, I see. Hellish is the best. You just said it twice though. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I get that now. I'm the best. What? I'm the best. I'm the best at making cups of tea. I don't actually drink a lot of tea. I know I mention tea every now and then, but I don't drink a lot of tea. I probably have like less than 10 cups of tea a year. It's like every person's perception of the Englishman has just been shattered by me right now. It's just like, what? It's like, you hear that, dude? Yeah, Spiffing Brit is king of tea. Well, there's also another one. Was it Biffa? Biffa is tea. Egg's like, what? What are you talking about, fool? You drink tea? Nope, I don't drink a lot of tea. I probably have more hot chocolate than tea. But then again, I tend to drink hot chocolate to try and get rid of chocolate cravings so I don't stuff myself full of chocolate. Hellish is the best when things get interesting. That's that. I like that. Just 1 second, yeah. There's a mod chat? Oh, what's going on in the mod chat? I normally have the mod chat on screen. Yeah. You usually normally have about 4 cups of tea a day? I mean, I don't think that's excessive. And I don't think that's unknown. Is Biffa the one who repairs broken city skyline safe? Well, yeah. I mean, Biffa does a lot more than that. You have 1 a day. There you go. Egg drinks more tea than me. Much more tea. But mostly I drink water. Today I have actually had a Fanta. Today. I went at... Was it a Fanta? Yeah. And not only was it a Fanta, it was a Fanta from the fridge. I'll tell you, today's been a crazy day. I had some trifle today as well. It's been a wild ride. Oh dear. So yeah, it's been good. Right. Well, what's special about Fanta? I don't drink it very often, so when I do have a Fanta, it's a treat. That's really what's special about it. But what's wrong with the Fanta from the fridge? Well, you see, I have Fanta in my office and I have Fanta at the fridge. And the frequency of me fancying a room temperature Fanta is much more common than me fancying a chilled Fanta. And that goes for most drinks. I will nearly always fancy and want to have a room temperature or close to room temperature drink compared to one that's been chilled out the fridge or with ice in it. It's not very often I'll go to the fridge for a drink, and that is why that is particularly interesting. They should make a Dr. Hellish. I should not be a doctor. So I would have to be a doctor, and then they could name the drink after me, but I shouldn't be a doctor. Was there a stick? No, there wasn't a stick on it. Brandon, one day we will have Fantas on a stick. Milk, room temperature chilled. We only have our milk chilled, so I would have to have that chilled. Although I consume my milk in breakfast cereal form and in milkshake form, mostly. But there we go, folks. We've had a little bit of a chatter. I've been enjoying having some of these little chats. It's nice to keep in touch and to let you know what's coming up and for you guys to just have a bit of a chat without me having to worry about the game and stuff. But we are going to crack on with some Kerbal Space Program now. And thank you very much to Jackie Mac. Here is a little reminder of what happened last time. I'm not really happy with many of these, except maybe doing this Eve, because we just need to do a flyby and scientific data. So just pushing out a probe that way. So what I was thinking is that we get this aircraft going and then we do a trip to the moon. Pop the fairing. So now we're going to attempt to make orbit with this before the first stage booster starts dropping too much. There we go. Okay, we've got an orbit. It's not an even one, but we've got an orbit. We're going to switch back to the booster. There's the deceleration. There's main chutes. I don't think it matters which way we exit the Kerbin system, so we're just going to do it. What's the objective? The objective here is we're going to try and leave Kerbin. Oh, no we're not. I didn't put any science on it. Okay, here we go then. 3, 2, 1, and up we go. So there we go. Let's do stage separation now and switch to the second stage. We will deploy the fairing, ignite the second stage engines, and bring it over for its orbit insertion burn. There we go. So we just go to the third stage now. Oops. Oh! Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe I did that. I just crashed into the third stage and blew up the engine. Well, that's trash. So let's separate. Go to the second stage. We're going to detach the third stage. No, our Explorer probe has not yet left our system. So we're going to attempt to land. So there's the base. We probably want to adjust our orbit slightly. So there's the base there. And we're a kilometre up now, so I'm going to start slowing us down. 5, 6, 5, 4, 3-ish. Slightly bouncy, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's a good landing. We completed one of the contracts, so that's one contract done. And we'll check in with our probe. Right, okay, so our probe is now here. It's going to escape in 7 days. So we can walk to that point. And this probe is the one that we're going to try and fly by Eve. Don't know if we're going to be able to. We're just giving it a go. Just having a crack. We're just going to see what happens. There we go, folks. We're going to see what happens. So the Eve mission with the Eve Explorer, which is currently here, is going to be a long-term thing. We'll see if we can actually get anywhere near Eve. It's probably going to take us many years to get there. And like Brandon said previously, our second probe would probably actually arrive at Eve before the first one. Yeah, we did have quite a few bad things happen last time, but no Kerbals were lost. So that's the good thing. Now, yes, I do remember how the rover acceleration works with the joystick. Yes, I do remember that now. So we've got quite a few contracts here stacking up. Various different bits of science that need to be collected. We've got a ComSat adjustment that needs to happen. We've got to transmit or recover science and plants flags. So we've got all those to do, and we'll get round to them quite soon, I think. One of the things I'd like to do is nip to the different space stations and see if there's any science available for us. So the Kerbin space station, let's go there first. Now, remember, we've got our lab modules processing data into science. Oh, and we've still got one of the TR10 second stages up here. So if anybody noticed in the screenshot for this live stream, if I can find it, I'll put it on screen actually. Where's the original? Is that it? Oh, it's opening in GIMP. I just wanted it to open in a web browser or something so I could show you guys. Okay, I'm gonna show you it in GIMP. Here we go. I took a screenshot of this. Let me try and zoom in and get it. Yeah, that's close enough. There we go. So there we are. So here is the space station, and you can see that at this space station we have 1, 2, 3, 4 second stages at the Kerbin space station. And that's because since last time I've done a refueling mission. So we had 4 come to the space station and fill up this tank here. Paint might have been easier. I don't actually have local paint, but GIMP's fine. And I also did 2 trips to the moon station. So our space stations now have much more fuel in it than what they did have. And one of the TR10s is still here. The other 3 have landed. So let's check in for the science. Actually, I've just noticed one of the engines is still enabled. That's not good. No, that engine... It's not that engine. Oh, it's that one. There we go. You don't want to leave ships docked to space stations with engines enabled. I've learnt that the hard way. So the mobile processing lab. Let's see what we've got here. So we've got 177 science to transmit, and still loads and loads of science. We've actually got some data here. 180 data won't actually fit in the lab yet, so we'll just keep that experiment and transmit our science. Don't you have something that can default with a PC? Maybe I do. I don't. But you mean default with Windows? I usually just uninstall pretty much everything that Windows has to offer. Let me have a quick look. I'm going to my start menu. Paint. You know what? I do have the Paint app. I've just never opened it. There we go. So all those science have now been transmitted. And if we just go to the tracking station, we can go over to the moon space station. Now I can't remember how many second stages are here. We've got 3. So we've got one which the Kerbals that are currently down on the surface arrived on, and then we've got 2 fueling craft. I'm almost tempted to leave the fueling craft like in orbit of the moon, or crash them into the surface or something, because it's just going to take me a load of fuel to bring it back. Or we could leave them here until we get our refueling outpost up and running, which we can't do just yet. So let's have a look. We've got 83 science here. That's cool. Let's transmit that. Fantastic. Okay. Plenty of power. You've successfully made a single stage to orbit. Cool. I think once you get the idea of Kerbal Space Program, I'm not sure that is too difficult, depending on how much stuff you want it to lift. How much fuel have we got? That's empty. That's almost full. Okay, so there's loads of fuel at the space station. So we could probably put a tiny bit of fuel in these and maybe bring them back if we wanted to. So that's the first thing I did. I've sent up 6 rockets and fueled the 2 space stations. We also have the lander on the surface and the moon base. So let's go to the moon base. And we'll say it explodes like it sometimes does. Here we go. So the moon base hasn't changed, but what has changed is that we've got these pieces of equipment outside, and Nudger and Real Fella are currently inside the moon base. And I'm not quite sure where their rocket is. Oh, there it is. It's over there. The lander's over there. We probably need to build a new lander today, because the lander that we've got is terrible. It just doesn't do the job very well. But if we get, let's see what we've got here. We've got the experiment control station, and we've got the Communitron ground equipment. And inside here, we've also got the power systems and the science experiments. So let's get our engineer out. There we go. And our engineer is going to pick up the power system. And we're going to deploy the power system here as well. Okay. It's not there. Of course it's not there. It's because it was too big. So you have to take your jetpack off to lift these. They're so cumbersome. Oh wait. Oh, it's in Real Fella's inventory. So if I do that, and there we go. Take the jetpack off. Now I can carry it. The lander didn't fall over, so it worked. That's true, but it really struggles to get back to the space station. It's not great. It's not a great lander at all. Anyway, let's deploy that. So in theory now, whoa. Oh, that's cool. So we've got power, communications, and control. So if we get back inside now and let our scientists deploy the equipment, and what we should be able to do, that I learnt between episodes, is just access the inventory without being inside it. That means we can put our jetpack on and very carefully jet onto the ladder. So I don't have to like try and jump up to get in. So now real fella, our scientist, our level 2 scientist, because we only have 2 level 3 scientists and they're both busy on the space stations. There we go. So we've got these 3 different science experiments now, and yes, it took a few trips to get all this stuff down here, which is one of the reasons why I had to bring some more fuel over to the moon base. So we've got the control systems. Let's put the experiments over to the side here. So let's just go, yep, that'll do. Whatever that is. Okay. And we've got a weather analyzer. It has a science rate and science per hour. Experiment situation invalid. Probably because it's in the wrong place. Let's enable the part. We can't enable the part. Oh. Well, let's try one of the other parts. Right. Let's put it in our inventory. It doesn't have power, does it? It should have power. It's within range of the power unit, I think. Let's try and put one closer and see what happens. Okay. Plop. Plop. Okay. Power units produced 0. Power units required 1. Connection state connected. Okay. Stage. Oh, it's powered. So it is working. So I think maybe this weather one just doesn't work on the moon because there's no atmosphere. That is my theory at the moment. So what we'll do is we'll pick that up. We'll put that one away and we'll get the other one out. Okay. Get the Alt key helps. So we've got... We don't want that one. We want this one. Doing all the equipment stuff. Let's put it over here. Just in a big random pile, eh? Yep, that'll do. So let's see what's going on with this. So we can pick up the part. We've got 0 science. Oh, hang on. Science per hour, 0. Oh, science completed, look, 0.01%. Okay. And this one says connected. So module deployed true, module enabled true. Fantastic. Okay, and then how do I need to come over to here to transmit the science? That does say it's unpowered. Let's have a look. F, interact. Okay, so I'm not really sure what happened then. Total power needed 4. Total power available 3. Oh, right, okay. Experiments connected 2. So there are 2. So maybe there just isn't power for the comms unit. This seems to be doing okay. It is actually getting some science. Well, I guess we'll leave them. We need additional pylons. Yeah, maybe. We'll leave them for now. And we will just pop our jetpack back on. There we go. Just had a little kick. So what we'll do is we'll keep these guys in here and we'll leave these running and we'll see what happens. Real Fellow and Nudger can stay on the surface of the moon for now. And we'll head back to the Space Centre. I mean, they've got some buggies if they want to ride around on the buggies, and their lander's over there somewhere. But I would like to send them a brand new lander, something which is a little bit better. Now, we did gather some science from the space stations, so what we'll do is we'll go to the Research and Development Department and we can unlock something, I think. So at the moment, yeah, we could do a level 5 research unlock. We could start doing drilling. We could start drilling for fuel, but we would have to pay to unlock the next level of... Oh, now that's a tough topic, isn't it? What do we think, chat? What do we think? We've got enough science to unlock one of the next levels. We can kind of skip some of this science. We could unlock the mining extractors and start working with that today. I wasn't planning on doing that today, but we could give it a go. How much will it cost to upgrade this facility? 1.6 million. Yeah, we could do mining. We can mine for cheese on the moon. We could, and ice cream on Minmus. We could. I mean, in theory, we could build a mining centre here on Kerbin and mine our own fuel and then fuel up our rockets before departure so we don't have to pay for it. Then we've got a reusable first stage, a reusable second stage, and we're not paying for the fuel. It's like free rockets, pretty much. I don't know. It's a lot of money, though, to upgrade that the Research and Development Department. All it does is take that science limit off. It's pretty much 1.7 million. We'd be left with under $1 million to play with. That's... It is cheesy. It is quite expensive, Brandon. You're right. It is quite expensive. Maybe we should complete a few contracts while we're here, because I think there's some easy ones we can complete. Because we've got transmit data from the surface of the moon and transmit data from the surface of Minmus. And we've got science stations already. So I'll do them, and I'll give you all an opportunity to comment in the chat. Let's see. Moon Science Base. Let me know what you think. Shall we try and produce our own fuel on Kerbin and develop the technology and then get ready to send that to the moon? Oh my goodness, it's a bit dark here. Let's do a temperature and transmit it. There we go. That's one contract complete. And let's go back to the tracking station. It is expensive. But we also have quite a lot of money. Minmus Science Base. If I remember correctly, the Minmus Science Base is the one that's a bit bouncy. So hopefully it's not going to be too bad. Oh, there we go. It just seems to bounce off the floor. Now this one think this was supposed to be like a permanent science base. But we just need to transmit some science. So let's do that quickly. Log temperature, transmit back. There we go. There's another contract complete. So all we need to do now is plant a flag on Minmus, and we need to collect some surface deployed observations. And we need to move ComSat 2. Decrease leg spring. Well, we got leg stress, but I don't think this have got springiness. Don't think we have springiness about. So, yeah, we can do the adjustment of ComSat 2, I think. Let's go back to the tracking center. Yeah, it doesn't. Probably needs some advanced stuff on it. Right. It's bouncy because it's happy to see me, says Frederick. We've got to do Moon ComSat 2. So let's enable relays. Moon ComSat 2. Fly. Would it not pay for itself getting the free fuel in the long run, says Michael. I think it would, actually. I think it would. Okay, so this is our ComSat. It has a tiny engine, tiny bit of fuel. The probe is about as big as the fuel engine. But I think we have a decent amount of delta V. Yeah, we have loads of delta V if we want to use it. You can also sell the ore? Really? I did not know that. So we've got to try and get comps. Oh my goodness, there's too many satellites. Let's turn them off. We've got to get ComSat 2 into this orbit here. So I guess really, which way around is it going? Okay, so if we, this is where we're going to have to get this the joystick out. We're going to have to get this into the why is it not moving? Are we still time accelerating? Yes, we're still time accelerating. SAS is on. Hello? Hello? This is weird. Oh, there we go. I have probe control. We're not time accelerating. The engine hasn't been shut down. Why can't I turn it? Reaction wheels are normal. Hibernation is off. Electrical charge is fine. No, I didn't turn off the joystick. You can see that I'm turning the SAS and RCS on and off there. If I click these buttons, it's going. And if I use the keyboard, it's going. It's just the stick appears to no longer work. Yeah, all the buttons work, but the stick doesn't. I'll have to just use the keyboard for now on this one. So I think the idea is that we want to try and get this satellite in this rough orbit. So let's get it over to the normal. Hang on, we want to go clockwise. So I think it's going to be anti-normal. That's the ascending node. So let's give it a little... Yeah, that's correct. It's 8 degrees. Two degrees. 0 degrees on that. Okay. So that is that bit of the path sorted out. I guess if we come and warp to here, we can then do a retrograde burn to bring our periapsis in line here. So there we go. Now the line's disappeared, so we just need to maintain stability for 10 seconds now, and we should complete the contract. There we go. Position of ComSat 2 is adjusted in orbit of the moon. Contract complete. 54,000. Fantastic. Brilliant. So I have just completed 3 contracts. Just like that. That actually equals the record, and it's only, you know, it's only just gone past 8 o'clock. So we're doing alright today. We're doing well. Let's go to mission control. See what other contracts we've got active. So we need to plant a flag on Minmus. We'll do it at some point. We've got to do these observations from the surface at some point soon. And we've got all these available. So let's have a look. We've got a rescue mission. Complex scan with a rover arm. But no, I don't feel like doing that right now. Another rescue mission. Constructing a rover. Test a liquid fuel engine orbiting Minmus. No, thank you. Not yet. Detect 2 comets with an infrared telescope. That can be fun to do. So we've got to be in orbit around the sun. Maybe. And then there's conduct seismic surveys of Kerbin near a particular location, and I bet that location is like on the Arctic Circle or something. So, as a general rule, it looks like people seem to think it's expensive, but we should give it a go. Let's do it. I feel like I'm going to regret this, but there we go. Oh, that is a posh R&D building. Oh, that's nice. I like that. And now we can spend our science. Oh, that science is more science than this one. No, it isn't. I just looked at it wrong. We need a few more science. Well, that's a bit silly. We need a few more science. Where are we going to get science from? I know. Our probe that's on its way to Eve. We can do a temperature sensor and send that back, can't we? Let's have a look. Surely that's going to give like a temperature sense from orbiting the sun. We've got plenty of electrical charge. There's a temperature. There's a thermometer on the top there, and it's an experiment you can just do and do again, isn't it? So let's log the temperature. We can transmit it for 11 science. Well, that's better than nothing, I suppose. You get science from sciencing things with a dude who can do sciencey things, right? Yes, that's exactly correct. We'll do that. There we go. There's a bit of... Hang on a minute. World's first milestone. Gathered our first scientific data from around the sun. Fantastic. Okay. Back to the tracking station. Where else can we just grab some science from? Maybe we could go to these experimental control systems and get something from that. I don't actually know how these work. Gotten the Space Center science yet? I got the initial Space Center science. I know when you upgrade things, you can actually get more science. So I guess... I'm not sure if a Kerbal has to stand next to these. So let's get Real Fella out on an EVA. And just check. Yep, you've got your jetpack. You've got your pack on. How much fuel have we got on it? plenty. So what happened? Can I just like take surface sample? Yeah, we'd need to recover that. Do an EVA. Yeah. And then can we just look? We can either pick up or disable it, or rename, and that's it. There's nothing else we can do. I mean, we have 0.01 science apparently. Do I have to stand here and interact with it to get more science? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe I need to find out more about that. Let's get on board. Whoa. We've already got experiments on there actually, so maybe we should try and transmit our experiments. So we've got 3 stored experiments on here. We get nothing for transmitting that, but we'll do it anyway. Nothing for transmitting that, and nothing for transmitting that. So actually, that was pointless. Brilliant. Let's see if we can get some new science at the Space Center from the buildings, because when you upgrade the Space Center to the highest level, you get science from the individual buildings. So let's pick up one of the rovers and see if we can grab some more science. The thing is, I've got a funny feeling it's not going to be a lot. So let's... Oh wait, there it is. There's my science rover. So if we open that, and our best scientist now is Brandon. So Brandon can sit in the seat. There you go, Brandon. Off doing missioning all again. Bear with me a second, folks. I'm just checking something. There we go. So Brandon is here on the science rover. We're going to turn on the lights. We're going to extend all the landing legs so that we get our roll protection. We're going to disable the SAS wobble. Look at that SAS wobble. You see the thing wobbling from side to side? That's the torque from the reaction wheels. We're going to turn that off and it makes it more stable. Here we go. So if we do like a crew report now or whatever it is, EVA report, look, we've already done that sort of thing from the launch pad. So let's go down now to the buildings at the new research center. See what we can get. I like this rover. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I think we could probably improve it quite a lot though if we wanted to. Okay, so are these buildings? Are these buildings part of the R&D? I don't think they are. And I'm not sure if the vehicle needs to be touching to actually for it to count, or just near. There we go. So let's just do that. And then we'll do an EVA report. What do we get? Overwrite. Here you are, look, from the R&D building. So if we keep that experiment, extend the ladder, leave the seat, we can get Brandon to do some science. Poor Brandon just banged his head. So conduct the study. Oh, some of these aren't going to be worth a lot, are they? Then again, it's got to be done. So then we can collect the data and restore. Collect the data and restore. Take the data. Take the data. Run the atmospheric scan. And download the data. I think that's all of them, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Surface sample. So we've got an EVA report. Let's just check. Yep. And we can take a surface sample. Wow. There is not going to be a lot of science in there. Okay, let's try getting back in. Oh. Doesn't seem to be able to. Oh, there we go. Brilliant. Board. Retract the ladder. So that is the main building apparently. So presumably if we go around to these other buildings we'll get more science? Let's find out. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get enough science from just this one little tour. But maybe we could take the aeroplane out and fit it with some science and go to somewhere new with that. Because there's bound to be some experiments we've not done somewhere, right? Okay, let's try this here. So Brandon, EVA report. That just says R&D. Okay, hang on a minute. That's. Do we have to be touching the building? Again. Come on. Or is this just the building? EVA report. There you look. Wind tunnel. So that apparently is the wind tunnel complex, which, yeah, it looks a bit like a wind tunnel actually in there. We'll keep that. So the vehicle has to be touching the building. We'll have to remember that. Okay, leave seat. We're going to have to just quickly run round the other side of the building. Yeah, it might be enough. It might be enough. So let's run an atmospheric scan. Let's do the materials study. Yeah, these ones are actually getting better figures, I think. Let's collect the data and restore that. And we'll download the data there. Need to get a little bit closer to observe the mystery goo. But we'll keep that, collect the data and restore it. You think there's a border very close to the walls of the buildings. I actually read on the wiki that vehicle has to be in contact with the building. Log seismic data, log pressure data, and log temperature. And take the data, take the data, take the data. Maybe the space around the building is for like the surface samples and stuff. Because you look, that surface sample just says from R&D. Okay, so but if we actually stand right next to the building and then take a surface sample, it says from the wind tunnel. 9 science. Keep that. I think that's all of it. Let's just check. Nope, we forgot the thermometer information. And store the experiments. Now, one of the things that I did forget to do was I forgot to do the temperature scan on the main building. So we'll just quickly do that. The problem is I don't know which of these buildings counts as what. Okay. Board. I don't know why I put the ladders on the front. You don't need them. I just thought it'd be cool. So I think this building here is part of that main building. Oops. I was reading the chat and I wasn't looking where I was going and I just crashed a little bit. So just put our wheel up against the building, then put the brakes on. That should keep us up against the building. And can I still do log temperature? Yep, look, main building. Keep experiment. Okay, well, we'll keep that ready for the next bit. So that's 2 buildings done. Presumably, though... Oh, I don't think I've ever driven a rover from this distance up before, but there's some good roads around here now. I'm looking forward to upgrading more of our upgrading more of our buildings in the future. Right, here we go. We're just going to get our front tyre to touch the building. Is that touching? Looks like it. Right, off you get. Leave seat. Go, go, go. I was only 15 science short? Oh, okay. I didn't realise I was only 15 science short. Come on, Brandon, get up. Okay, let's take the data from the thermometer and store it. Let's bang our head against the wall and take a surface sample from the observatory. And we'll also do an EVA report from the observatory. And we'll just do everything from the observatory and then we'll head back. So conduct the material study. Collect the data and restore. We'll observe the mystery goo. Yep, keep the experiment, collect the data and restore. Temperature, keep the experiment, take the data. And we'll do the same with the pressure. And we'll do the same with the seismic. Keep experiment, take data, and of course don't forget the atmosphere analysis which I put underneath. And download. That should be at least 8 experiments. That's 9. There we go. And can we get back in that seat? Yep, there we can. Right, I'm going to recover that vessel now and see if we've got enough science. I think that'll be enough. Let's find out. Okay, so we got 86 science from that little venture, which means in theory, yep, we've got enough money now, enough science points. And by the way, folks, this is a first. I've never played a Kerbal Space Program Let's Play to the point where I've been able to unlock any of these research points. So here we go. Cool. And now we can start designing some test vehicles. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the vehicle, was it a space plane hangar? Because I'd like to do a mock-up of what we have. So that's the base tug. Is that the only thing we've got there? Yeah, so if I load the base tug and then open VAB bases, and then we've got base accommodation, merge. Can I reroute? There we go. Stick that on there. That's the wrong way around. There we go. It's a good job I save all these. And then we're going to get the base lab, merge that. Reroute. There we go. And connect that on. So we're actually making a little mock-up. What's going on? There we go. That looks like it's correct now. And then what I would like to do is get another one of these rovers. So don't save. Base tug merge. Oh, thank goodness that worked. And then do reroute to that and stick it on the end. There we go. So this is actually what we've got on the moon, apart from this is missing the communitron, Yeah, the Communitron things. So we've got a few of these on it. So we'll just put one there. And one there. Because the idea is that we'll get this working on Kerbin. And then we'll make a moon version and pack it off there. So this is going to cost us 50 grand. But we're just going to keep it. So let's launch that. We'll drive it onto the grasslands and we'll just create a whole mock-up of our moon base. That'll be cool, actually. Quick question. What is the mod you have for the savecraft folders? It's not a mod. Part of the standard game. I'll show you how to do it later. So what we'll do is we'll extend that arm. And we'll extend that arm. And of course, on Kerbin, the base is so much more heavier than on the moon. So we're going to have to take it steady. Let's just extend these antennas and the solar panels. I mean, we've got loads of solar panels on these, so that's okay. So this is like a full mock-up of what we've got on the moon. I don't know why I didn't think of this before, actually. Because it means we can quickly and easily test stuff without actually having to take it to the moon. That's if I don't break it. Or if we don't ground it going over this lip. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh. Even trying to use the RCS isn't working. What if I try and make the RCS lighter? Oh. Come on. Got to be able to get this round here. Oh, it is moving. Okay. We just need more contact. Hang on a second. Okay, it's cool. Yeah, they added the folders in a version not long ago. So hopefully we can move this on. Looks like we're going to be able to get it moving. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully no explosions here. Cool. Let's take our fake science base away from the runway. And we'll plop it down. Move it away from the center, space center a little bit. Just into some open area, and this can be our fake moon landing. We can test all sorts here. That'd be great. Okay, I think that's enough. I mean, it doesn't move as well as it does on the moon because obviously it's a lot heavier. Gives you an idea though. Okay. So there we go. Oh, wrong way. So with the legs extended and the arms retracted here, we can actually disconnect these and actually just drive them around independently. We can do that. We haven't done it a lot. We've done it a little bit. And the idea here is that no matter whether we're going uphill or anything like that, we can just get this extension just right, is the idea. Looks like we've got more or less the right height. There you go. So that's that. That's cool. Now what I'd like to do is build a drilling version. Okay, we're going to take apart one of those modules and yeah, we're going to take apart one of those modules. We'll rename that and get it sorted. We'll take it out with some tugs again, but what we'll do is we'll disconnect the tugs and recover them. So let's have a look. Oh, actually, we've got it here already. So what we'll do is we'll just disconnect that back section. And we'll disconnect the middle there. No, wait. Wait a minute. We'll disconnect it here. Right, what are we losing? That looks like the RCS is coming off. That's fine. We don't need RCS. Tell you what we do need, though. We do need the probe and the batteries. Although we can swap that probe out for a better one. I mean, I'm struggling to get it in there, but oh, there we go. That's fine. So let's just move that out of the way. Take that off. So that's empty now. I guess if we're putting a new probe on, we can just get rid of that. We can remove the RCS. We don't need that. Cool. We're doing all right. Then we can put things inside there. So let's put our probe in there. Actually, is that inside? Yes, it's on the left-hand side inside, but it's inside. We'll just cram in a load of electrical power to symmetry mode. So we can fill that electrical power, and we can use the tugs as like mobile electric banks as well, so that's cool. And now we need to actually add the thing that's going to do everything. So I think what we'll do is we'll start with some storage tanks, some fuel storage tanks. So let's see, fuel tanks. What fuel tanks shall we use? Nope, that's too small. We need a big, nice big fuel tank. Is it me or like half the fuel tank's missing on this screen, or am I just not looking in the right place? Yes, that's a good fuel tank. I mean, it's way too big for what we're trying to do, but actually that's probably about the right size. What we'll do is we'll empty it so it's nice and light, and we will let's just quickly pop that on the end, remove the lab and take that off. We'll put the other control section on the other, and we'll just rotate it. No, not like that, we won't. There we go, so the legs are pointing down. Take the RCS off. I want all this to be in the same sort of vein. So there we go. That is the storage section. It's also got probe control and power. It hasn't got an actual antenna though. So let's give it an antenna. We'll put one right in the middle. Middle-ish. There we go. And then we want the actual digging section. So the digging section is going to be something similar. So what I think we'll do is we'll get rid of that. We will duplicate the entire tank section. Whoop, steady now. Like this. Is that connected? Yep, that is. And what we'll just take the end off, take the tank out, and that's where we're going. This is where we're going to put the stuff that is actually going to do the digging. So what we'll do is we'll increase the length of one of these, like that. I like that. That's cool. And then we can put the actual diggy bits on it. Oh, I don't know where any of this stuff is. It's going to be in utilities, isn't it? There we go. We've got the... Oh my goodness, that's huge. That is absolutely and utterly massive. I don't think that's a good idea. What does chat think? Does chat think we ought to put a big one on it? Let's put a couple of big ones on. I have no idea if the if they're going to be able to lift this. We're in the wrong symmetry mode. There we go. So that's digging. Go big or go home, fair enough. Then we need the converter. Oh my goodness, look at the size of the converter. So that's cool, we've got the converter. And then we need the tanks, I think? Ore tanks? Radial holding tank holds ore, or a small holding tank. I mean, I guess if we just put a load of radial tanks on it. I mean, that's going to drag along the ground, so that's going to be no good. So let's put like just one on the top. See what happens. This is our first try. The drill bits are going to lift the entire thing off the surface. So yes, go big. Fair enough. And then I think the thing that we then need more something of is cooling. So what about like... What if we put the tank on the tank and the cooling on the top here? The only problem is I think that's going to interfere with the solar panels. Oh, that is some pretty beefy cooling. Yeah, I'm going to have troubles getting... The thing is I can take this up in multiple parts, and we do have the TR-15 if we want to use it. The TR-15 can lift everything. I'm a little bit worried about like these tanks. I mean, do we need ore tanks? Can we not just convert the ore straight into fuel? Let's take the ore tanks off. I'm pretty sure the solar power on this section is not going to be able to be used, because I think it's just going to crash with the thermal systems. And I want to get that more in the middle, so let's use the offset tool to try and center it. Yep, that's cool. Or it will be. Depends on the rate of mining versus the rate of conversion. That is very true. It probably does. So let's now get the other lifter off the other side. And we have our first test base, so a fuel refueling thing. So what's it? We're going to call this. What is that? That's the Convertitron liquid. Okay. Fuel base 1. This is fuel base test 1. Mining outfit version 00. Yeah. I need one. Oh, you need at least one ore tank. Okay, fair enough. Let's do that then. Let's put some ore tanks on it. I mean, a couple of small ore tanks could do the job. Yeah, a couple of small ore tanks. Surely that'll be alright. Maybe they act as like... Oh my goodness. It's too large for the runway. Its length is too long. Well, that's easy. We launch a tug. And then we launch this without a tug and pick it up. So save. Take everything off. Launch without saving. Clever. The only thing is I think it's going to be really, really heavy. Might want to extend the landing gear first. Maybe, you're right, in this scenario I think we will need to. Right. Just get this to wait over here. Remember to extend the antenna. I don't think we need to extend the antenna while on curbing, but then if we go space center and then just deploy it without the end one and then bring it back on. This is why I love making modular things. I can empty the fuel tank. I'm pretty sure the fuel tank is already empty. I'll double check that though. I will. Then hopefully we can get this over and we'll put it next to our moon base. We could get like a right angle connector and then connect them up or something cool like that. So then if we go open... I saved it. Oh, there it is. Load. And just quickly take the tug from the end and just extend, start extended. Yeah, there we go. That should be okay. I will do this one as well. Now in theory, even though this is quite big, it shouldn't be that heavy. This is an empty shell. That is an empty tank. It is 17 tons though. That's a lot. That actually is very heavy. I don't know if our rovers are going to be able to do that. I don't know how heavy the moon base is though. I wouldn't expect it's 17 tons. I wouldn't expect that at all. Right, here we go. So it's not... well, let's put the brakes on. Extend this side. Whoa, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think we're going to be able to move this on curbing. If this was the moon, we'd almost definitely be able to move it. Oh dear. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, but it is. Slowly. We're probably going to have to get a bit of speed up to get over this lip. Look at this poor rover. There's going to be some explosions. I'm almost certain of it. Here we go. We're going to scrape the bottom of the rover across the floor here. Of the station. Scrape. I suppose it's easier to move around. Probably need to repaint the runway. Probably need to do more than repaint the runway. Oh dear. There we go. I did it. Right, let's recover the vessel. Clean up the mess. I've got an idea. Right, we're going to take it out in 2 parts. Then everything will be fine. Probably. Okay, so we're just gonna... Is there any bits that are okay? Yes, there are some bits that are okay. Okay, so we're actually going to just... Is Brandon okay? Brandon's not even there. Brandon... I don't know where Brandon is. Brandon got recovered ages ago. Look. Brandon's just sat there. So this is the bit that exploded. As far as I'm aware, this bit didn't explode. So if we take that off... Oh, I accidentally just saved it. Hang on. Undo. Save. There we go. Take that off and put another base tug on the end. We just have to remember to put an antenna on the tug. We can take the two bits separately. It is fantastic. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're doing some clear the runway. Yeah, why not? Clear the runway. We'll just take it out in parts. And then everything will be fine. Won't it, Night Ruin? I don't know. It's getting a bit warm in here. Might have to turn one of my fans on. There we go. Full power. Oh yeah. Okay, so we did lose the other bit. So we just need to increase the extension of these. And then this time we should be able to get it off the runway without too many explosions. There we go. The only problem is that I don't know if I'm going to be able to pick up the other section and connect them together. But I suppose this is something that I would have to do on the moon anyway. One explosion too many? Oh, I don't know. No Kerbals died, so it's fine. We are now going to end up with a load of little rovers, but never mind. So the idea is that this will be quite near the other base. So if we just do this, extend at least one solar panel and the antenna, will be alright. We can disconnect. Ooh. That was a very heavy disconnect for these legs. Let's lower this gently. That's better. Okay, so we managed to get a fuel tank. Hang on, we've got a world first milestone. Constructing our first outpost on Kerbin. Oh, cool. This one hasn't got an antenna on it, but we're okay. Oh, it's not driving correctly. Ugh, hate it when that happens. Control from here. There we go. So I'm not sure we're going to be able to put these two things together, but this is the whole point in testing this. So I'm getting the hang of steering these there, though. They've got their own little minds of their own. Right, let's go back to the Space Center and try and get the other bit. Tell that to the fingerless Brandon in RimWorld. I feel a little bit sorry for Brandon in RimWorld. However, there's somebody missing an arm, there's somebody missing a leg. So in theory, because all of these things are so close to the Space Center, we just get all the money back anyway. So these tests are not going to harm us in any way. The only thing we need to worry about with this bit is how we're going to connect those two bits together. Okay, let's open the fuel base. Disconnect that bit. And put it back on. I think maybe we just like vastly improve one of the tugs for testing purposes. Like, can we just like double its length somehow? So if I grab that, can I just go, oh, now it's bigger. Yes. I mean, we're not going to get that to the moon. Not easily anyway. We're definitely going to have to think of a new way of sticking all this together. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, now I've broke the base. What on earth? How did I end up inside it? Why is that not snapping? There we go. Okay. Does bigger mean more weight? Because you might want to counterbalance the base by adding more weight to the front end of the tugs. I mean, bigger probably means more traction. Hellish had Lexi eat a grenade. I did not have an eat a grenade. It's not how it worked. Okay, let's extend these. Let's reduce the traverse rate so it's a little bit more gentle on these arms. There we go. So we can move this around. I think we might just... Whoa! I think this is the light bit. It's certainly wobbly. But now we have to connect the two together. And I think what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to just use this tug to just push it. She did eat one. Yeah, she did eat a grenade. So on the moon, we won't have as many tugs, so we'll have to just keep moving them around. But here we can just keep spawning tugs and send them back. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. For convenience, for testing purposes. This is not the easiest thing to steer. And it's really wobbly. And I don't think the joystick's working today. Just turn that camera off. Where is it? I've lost it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Doop. So let's get this into position as much as possible. Perhaps I could end a connecting piece to the tug. So I can connect multiple tugs together without... Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe. Like you can have tug following tug following tug. So we'll just line this up. And then what we'll do is we'll just drop the rear tug as close as possible. It seems to have enough power. The thing is, these tugs here that we've got, the reason why I keep using this tug is because these are the ones we already have on the moon. Okay, so if we undock this, I forgot to put the landing legs up. Oh no, that's not good. I meant to put the landing legs up before I did that. Oh, this tug does... No, this tug's control is a bit weird. Let's fix that. Control from here just resets the where it's being controlled from. These things do not have a good turning circle when travelling at any decent speed. I say though, they react a little bit better on here than anywhere else. Right, so now in theory... Come on. Come on. No. Come on. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Surely. You could not have a better connection than that. Okay, let's pin that just beneath me. Let's get this target extension just right so it just lifts the bottom off the ground. It's not connecting though. Alright, retract the legs. Retract these legs. Oh, we'd have to switch vessels. Oh my goodness. There we go. It connected. I retracted the leg and it connected. I think they're slightly out of alignment now. I'm not sure. Okay, all legs out. So if we were doing this on Kerbin, I mean on the moon, I think we'd be able to do it because it'd be a lot lighter. Look, I'm able to drag this around with this big one. So if I can drag this around with one big one on Kerbin, then I'm sure I can drag it around with one of the smaller ones on the moon. So let's undock that. Then maybe we can just crash one of these into the other ones. Just because I'm feeling a bit silly and destructive. Let's do a medium-sized crash. Slow down, slow down. Here we go, here we go. Whee! Oh, we broke an antenna, that was it. Which it doesn't matter on Kerbin. Right, okay, so... here we go then. Disappointing. I'm sorry, Egg. So let's extend our... oh my goodness. That has a... oh, it rotates? Oh, is it going to crash into the drill heads? I hope not. So then we've got the Convertitron and the Drill-O-Matic. This is where it's all going to go horribly wrong, isn't it? We need to get the solar panels open. So I was told by a friend that to do this you need a lot of power and a lot of cooling. So I've got 4 sets of solar panels, which probably isn't going to be enough, and we've got 1 massive cooler. So let's deploy a drill and see what happens. Yep, I kind of thought that might happen. Let's deploy the other drill. Oh, this is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Okay. Should we start the harvesting? Oh, it's shaking around. Oh, it's bouncing about a bit. Presumably we've got some ore being... yeah, look, we've got 0.03 ore. Oh, this is silly. So I guess the next thing to do would be to start the actual convertitron. It's doing a bit of a shake, I must admit. And I guess if we're doing that, we need to have a look at how much fuel's in there. So we've got drill 1 and drill 2, and then the convertitron. There we go. You wonder how much that would bounce on the moon. Yeah, I wonder as well. Maybe we need bigger legs on this one for more stability. I kind of like it though. It's just kind of silly. Is it moving? Because it could end up just moving across the surface of the moon. Let's try and do some converting. So the efficiency is at 100% now. It's converting. We're getting fuel in the tank. And the core temperature isn't going up too much. Okay. Version 1 is a bouncy success. I'm not sure if we are converting faster than we are making. Let's have a look. So both the tanks are constantly empty. So can you use the drills as legs? It does appear so. I mean, we could potentially do multiple drills, but it does appear that we are converting more than... Let's just turn one of the drills off. Oh, look at this. So, according to this, the convertitron is at 0.25% load, and if we start the second harvester, that goes to 1.04%. This convertitron is hardly being used. That's what that would suggest. So my next question is, if this is kind of a proof of concept for our moon base, shall we actually make a fueling station at Kerbin? Like a proper one? I think that'd be a good idea. So we have got fuel in there. It is a absolute tiny amount though. We just need a bigger rig, don't we, to extract more fuel. Excuse me. So what we'll do is we'll retract the drills and we'll retract the radiator. And we'll leave this as a proof of concept of our first test. We've learnt a few things, and I think we're ready to actually build like a proper like rig that we can just, I don't know, just maybe pick up and put somewhere. Maybe we can launch it and drop it with parachutes. But what we should probably do is just recover some of these spare rovers. We don't need all of them. So, a proper fueling station, eh? This sounds like it could be fun. Okay, let's just... if we can we actually get the camera to the point where we can get... Yeah, it's difficult to tell, so we'll sort that out later. We're a little low on money, but the idea of doing this is that it's going to save us money in the long run. So how are we going to make it? I feel like we just need one massive structure. So let's start afresh. New. Let's start with A structural part of some description. Maybe like a girder segment. That can be the core of our building. I feel like building it out of loads of girders is probably not a great idea. But then again, I haven't got much of another idea. And then how do we put it to where we want it to be? That is the question. Well, there is a central support beam. What if we connect some big tanks to it? I have no idea how all this is going to work, but happy to play around and also take suggestions. So what if we do something like this and we put 4 tanks either end of this rod, and then we use the rod like as a basis and we connect it together with some struts. We put the convertitron on the rod, and then I guess we need the cooling, but we went a bit crazy with cooling before, I think, although I did like that. So maybe we can just put like one massive cooler there and that'll do the job. Okay, but then we need the drills. So, cooling, power. Oh, control. Right, okay. And this feels like it needs like a cab on the front or something. Let's get some containers for that ore. Where is the ore? There we go, ore containers. So let's just put like one here and then do it on this side. Let's extend that so we get an idea of where that's going to be. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm not happy with this. Oh, there's 2. I don't want 2. Is that in the middle? No. There we go. Right, so we've got the converter, we've got the tanks. So this is basically just a big one. The cooler must have space to spin. Okay, so maybe we need to lower these tanks underneath here. Like that. Yep, that's good for me. I still have no idea how we're going to get this to where we want it to be, but don't worry. And then I guess we'll need some structural stuff. So something like that. Yeah. Okay. Let's get right in there. I like that. It's in the middle from left to right, but it's not in the middle top to bottom. Yeah, that is true. Let's sort that out. Now it is. There you go. Hopefully you can sleep at night now. I never can. So towards the top. And then to here. Hopefully this will give it some sort of structural presence. There we go. I mean, I have no idea if there is enough fuel here to load a TR10. No idea at all. And then we need the drills and legs. So we need the best possible legs. Best possible legs. Landing strut. You know what? Not legs. Let's give it feet. So let's do this. Actually, can I do... No, I can't. Okay. I was going to say, let's do this and then, like, rotate them round to give them feet. And then I should be able to alt clone that this side. We'll just adjust the height with the tool. We've got totally distracted by fuel processing today, haven't we? Like I said, I have no idea how we're going to actually... Whoa, camera went a bit weird. How we're actually going to get this to where it needs to be. Just leave it on the runway forever, because we don't use the runway much. And then we need the actual drilly bits. So if we put the drills just on the inside here, on the inside of the tanks, is that going to do the job? I mean, these ones aren't, because that one's upside down. So if we deploy the drill, that is way too far. I guess we only just want that touching the ground, don't we? Okay, yeah, that looks good. I guess we want to get these ones at more or less the same height. So let's deploy the drill, check it, and then we'll just use the move tool on the drills. Get that more or less the same height there. That looks right to me. Blue arrow through the middle there. That looks like it could be lower. I'm not sure, actually. No, actually, that looks fine. That looks fine. Okay, let's... asteroid harvester, comet harvester. Oh my goodness. Retract the drill, retract the drill. Are they extending way below the legs low? They are extending a little bit below the legs, yes. That's the point, I think. Okay, so in theory, this should work. But we have to get it somewhere. So my ridiculous plan... They do need to poke into the ground, that's right, and they should poke into the ground. My ridiculous plan is to just to fly this. Rather than to put it on wheels and use parachutes to land it. Or should we... Is that too silly? I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I should make a rover that detaches? Do you think? I think I should make detachable rovers, shouldn't I? Oh, that would be... That is probably a good idea. Isn't it? You love the banner on the far end of the hangar? Or the Master Hellish one, that is pretty cool. It's a good bit of fun, that. So if I rotate that round... Let's cancel that. Whoa, all of those things stuck out. Okay, so if you do an undo, it not only does the undo of the last thing you built, but it also undoes the last retractions and stuff. So if we stuck that on the side, see, I don't mind that being on the side of the tank. And then if we stuck this to it with just trying to design something, to be honest. It's just like a lot of wheels. Like a lot of wheels. Let's give it a go. And then we could just eject them. So what sort of wheels are the best wheels for this? Probably these ones? Or the landing... No, because the landing gear doesn't have steering, does it? So that's steerable, no brakes. That's retractable. So if I just do that... Oh my goodness. Yep, there we go. That looks fine to me. And then I can copy that and stick it on over here. And right, this is fuel station 1. I'm almost certain this is going to collapse, potentially explode, and almost certainly not be able to move. But let's give it a go. Unable to launch. Brilliant. Oh, it's full of fuel. It doesn't matter. We just take all the fuel out, of course. Have wheels on both sides of the girders? We could do. I mean, if this goes horribly wrong... Oh, hang on. We've got no way of controlling it. And there's no solar panels on it. And there's no power on it. I haven't finished yet. Right. Control. Probe. We'll stick a probe on the end. At least I'll try to. There we go. We need batteries. So we'll stick a ton of batteries on here. Will that do? I think that'll do. Put some rockets on it and fly it. That's the backup plan. Both sides look way safer. Yeah, it probably would be. This is going to really bend. It may explode. But it might be fine. So there's our control. We just need to actually have the solar panels now. So let's get the huge ones. The solar arrays. Like this. But I don't want them there. Let's put them on the top of the tanks like this. Right, so if you want to save in folders, what you've got to do is click this little drop down, this little tiny shadow. You can only just see it. And if you do that, then it allows you to choose the folder. And when you're in the folder view, you can add new folders and stuff. So let's give this a go. It's probably going to fall to pieces. Are they not going to interfere with the cooling wing? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to get in the way. Because I think there's enough separation between them. Right, explosions or not explosions? I mean, it's not happy. Okay, so all the wheels broke. Correction. Nearly all the wheels broke. And that is kind of working. I wonder if that was just due to the game being a bit wobbly. Let's do a revert just to see if the wheels explode again. It could be just a physics thing, like a physics engine where it couldn't decide how it was going to place it. No, the same thing happens. It's too much pressure for the poor wheels. And now it's dancing. Okay. It's still fine. Okay, we might have to do an airdrop on this. So, or add more wheels, I don't know. It wants to go up. I really, really want to send this into the sky. It only needs to have just like rocket up just a little bit though, and I just know as soon as I attach rockets to this, it's going to spin out of control and explode, and we haven't got the money to mess around like that. I mean, oh. We could try having just generally having more wheels. Like this. I think that's just a good idea. It's a good idea just to have more wheels, isn't it? The game is lagging out a little bit now, though. It's saying, "What are you doing?" There we go. Problem resolved, yeah? Oh, I have no idea if this is going to work. It might work. You never know. Or it could just explode again. Like wheels exploding, not tanks exploding. It would be nice if it didn't break. Nope. Pop. Oh, I thought that was going to work then. Okay, again, we'll just revert it, just in case it's a bit of a dodgy physics thing, because it seemed to be alright. No, all the tyres just explode. Do we need more tyres? Is that what we need? Do we need to make it even bigger? Maybe. We can certainly try. It's going to cost a lot of money. But at least we'll get to recover all the wheels and stuff. Like, how many wheels do we have in stock? Seriously now. And we can repair those wheels with the repair packs, but repair packs cost money. Let's... I mean... if that doesn't work... I don't really know what will. The wheels aren't at the same height. The wheels aren't all at the same height. This might be part of the problem.
This'll probably work.
This'll probably work. There we go. All the wheels are at the same height now. Unable to launch. Damn. We are too long. Okay, let's take some of the end off. Still too long. Still too long. Still too long. Still too long. Okay, we're alright now. Clipping wheels equals bad, yeah. But I just noticed that when I put those wheels near each other, that they weren't the same height, and I think that might be what causing the instability. If they're all the same height and all nice and even, they might be able to take the weight well. Or it might just go horribly wrong. I have no idea. We'll find out. Yep, horribly wrong. Not revert, recover. I guess we're sticking a rocket to it. Of some description. Extra wheels in the middle. Let's just do it again. Maybe it's a physics thing. No. I've tried it a couple of times now. It's the wheel popper 9001. Certainly a lot of wheels being popped. The only problem is I don't think I'll have any control about where this thing lands if we do that. Surely we can get... shoot it into space. I don't think shooting it into space is really going to solve my problems here. Let's try doubling the wheels then. Put wheels like that. Yes, I'm going to try it. Let's see. Is that about right? Oh no, I've got the orientation very wrong. Hey, there we go. Okay, double wheels. Let's give that a try. And then what we're going to need is some sort of vehicle to transfer the fuel that we've made to the rocket. Oh, we need a fuel transfer arm. We need a fuel transfer arm. That's what we need. With a grabber on the end. Oh. I mean, it hasn't exploded yet. I mean, it's going 15 meters per second. Really is vibrating quite a lot though, isn't it? Okay. Okay, this is coping much better than what it was previously. So, if we was going to use this for launching, we're going to need this by the launch tower. So let's see. You did tell me. Look, things don't go wrong. Look, they just get interesting, don't they? Right, here we go, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see about going down this slope. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, we did lose a few tyres at the back. And we've also run out of power because I didn't extend the solar panels. Oh, I've got no control over this now. It's just heading towards the launch tower. Oh, there we go. All the wheels are popped. Brilliant. Okay. As safe as skydiving. Oh dear. Right, okay. So we need... What do we need? We need an arm. We need a deployment arm for actually transferring the fuel to the rocket that's on the pad. So I think we might need a counterweight on the arm. And I think putting the arm on the top is the best plan. Probably on top of this tank here. But that's going to smash the solar array. Then again, the rockets are probably going to blow the solar array off anyway. So let's move the solar array to down here. There we go. And then we'll use the robotics. So we'll have a rotator of some description. A big rotator? Is that the biggest rotator we can get? Yes, it appears so. Okay, so can I... Doesn't seem to want to snap. Oh no, wait, there we go. It has snapped on there now. So then can I just stick that on the top? Yes, I can. Brilliant. So, in theory, what we can do is have this by the rocket stand. And, oh, it's an RPM. Oh, so it's just going to keep spinning and spinning and spinning. We do not want that. We do not want that. That is where things go terribly wrong. We need a rotation servo. There we go. That's what we want. We can make this like a crane. Oh, this is... I've never done anything like this in Kerbal before. This is great fun. Let's get this in the right position, though. That's right. Things don't go wrong. We don't want it spinning around crazily out of control. Right, okay. So if I get that... Not exactly sure how long this arm needs to be able to reach the rocket on the launch pad. Because we're not going to be able to get these items in very close. So it's probably going to have to be very long. Like this. Might even have to be higher. Like that. Or probably higher. Like that. And probably longer. And I can't quite get the camera there now because this is so ridiculous. And then we're going to need the grabber on the end. What was his coupling? The grabber. And then we're going to need a little bit of a weight counterbalance on the other side. So what can we put on the other side that is like kind of useful, but like a cab, just for funsies, like like a marked, like a Mark II cabin on there or something? A fuel tank? Yeah, maybe. Because it is going to hold fuel, isn't it? You need more connections from the wheels to the tanks to balance the weight. Yeah, I think a fuel tank's a good idea. What we'll do is we'll put a funny shaped fuel tank now. This fuel tank... Oh my goodness, this is not going well. On here? There we go! Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. And that we'll call it done. You need more connections from the wheels to the tanks to balance the weight. I think you're right, Copwatch. I think we need more struts. But let's see what happens. You never know, it might be fine. Probably isn't. Okay. We've got tyres exploding. That crane is not the best in the world. I mean, it is rotating, but man, it's floppy. Oh, it's so floppy and bendy. I'm glad we have the counterweight on there. Otherwise, it'd be even worse. Okay. Let's recover this. I think with some struts, we can make this a lot better. Hopefully this isn't going to cost too much money, because we haven't got a lot of money left. I mean, we do have a fake moon base on Kerbin now, and we've done some missions. We've collected quite a lot of science. Things are going all right. It'd be just lovely to be able to make our own fuel at Kerbin, and then we'd need to make have a little fuel factory on the moon as well. I think that'd be quite good. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add struts from here. No? Here to there. That didn't work. Where have they gone? Let's try again. Here to there. Oh, that worked. Okay. Hopefully, these will reduce the amount of vibrations we're getting. And hopefully they won't leave marks on the tank. Okay. I am a little bit dubious about the bendiness of this arm, though. Maybe we could put some struts like part way up. I can't quite get the camera at the right angle to. Oh wait. I think I did it. Oh, I did. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh dear. Wouldn't it be nice to make that arm foldable? Oh, now you say that. We could totally do that, I think. Maybe. Can we? Yeah, but if you did it foldable, so the long section folded in, you'd move it around and it'd be fine. That's not too bad now. Oh, and it's not vibrating around. You've got to remember, this isn't designed to be driven around. This is designed to be stationary. So we're going to get this as close to the launch pad as possible, put on the brakes, and then deploy, like this. And it'll just be sat on the ground. And then we can set the traverse angle on this motor. And we can just go zzz, fuel up the rocket. Actually, we could go in forwards. Actually, stop it. Stop traversing. Just stop wherever you are. We can arm that there. Don't forget the solar panels. Oh yeah. Extend solar panel. I think if we move the solar panels to the back and actually make this going forward, so then we can just do like target angle is like, where's it going? I'm a little bit confused about like the angles that it's trying to do. So there's 0. Oh, there we go. There we go. So what we can do, yeah, we can just have it at about 0 and then just swing it in to the rocket when we need to swing it to the rocket. It is very bendy though, look. Very bendy into the middle. Oh, it's going up slightly. So we need more structural between there. One thing we'll do, if we change the traverse rate though. Oh my goodness. Okay. We've almost made a walking animal. Oh, look at this. This is brilliant. Da 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 dee da dee dee da da dee. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Everything is fine. Everything is right. That's enough. Okay. Right. Calm down. So if we're going to go in forward with this, we need to put the solar panels on the back and we need to reduce the number of wheels near the front. And then everything will be fine. Probably. Oh, that was fun. Let's see what we can break in the future, eh? What we'll do is we'll set up some key commands for about how to move that around. I'm sure it'd be alright. I don't know. We need to set limiters, I think, on the motor. Or do we just do it manually? No, we do it manually. So we're going to take that off there. We're going to put these on the back again. We're going to remove... We're going to change where this is. So we're going to change it to... Oh, that's the wrong sort of symmetry. There we go. So, oh, that didn't work. Let's try again. So I'm going to move them further back. They're not clicking on. I don't know why. There we go. We'll lop the front off so that we can get the whole thing a lot closer. Can you just copy my designs? Just copying designs, you won't learn anything, or you will learn little. What we'll do, I mean, by all means, copy them, play around with them, and have a go. We need to have support from the tanks to this section, so that there's no bendiness going on down there. So if we do something like this on that side, I think it will help. And then we'll do something similar down here, but we'll do it to one of the pipes, or maybe even this. like that. And I don't know if that's still going to bend inwards or not. I've got a feeling it might. Let's do some extra struts from here to there, just to give the core a little bit more strength. The core of the station, because this is a fuel station. Just because it's on curbing, it doesn't mean it's not. And then like that. Okay, that will give the core the strength it needs. We've taken that bit off the front. I think we can go and actually put this into position. You can add wheels in the middle of the fuel station between the tanks. This way it's not so long. I think we'll be alright. I think now that we've got the struts in place and we've got dual wheels down the side, I think we'll be okay. The difficult bit is going to be manoeuvring down the crawlway and round without exploding all the tyres. So it might be a good idea. Oh, let's just go. We haven't even tested to see if this will drill. Let's extend those solar panels. Make sure we get enough power on this thing. Yep. Thanks for the reminder. We're good. They're actually off center, but I like it. Do I have radar? We don't need radar. It does look a little bit amazing, doesn't it? I think this is probably one of the most interesting and weirdest things I've ever made. I'm just keeping it going at a steady pace, but we've got to figure out how we're going to get this down and right next to the launch pad. I'm not sure whether to go along the crawlway or not. We'll have to see. But for now, it looks like we're okay. So we'll turn right at this intersection. I don't think I've ever built anything so big and crazy, but yet potentially practical and working. I mean, the arm is wobbling a bit. I'll give you that. And we're not going down the road very well. And I'm not sure how much fuel we're going to be able to get at curbing. But I don't know how much this is costing us. But if we can just get infinite fuel, that has got to be a good thing, right? Now looking at this, I want to get right next to the launch pad, but oh, I guess it's going to want to clear anything that's at the launch pad, isn't it? Or is it within a certain radius? Well, we'll find out, won't we? Let's go down there. I think if we actually use this kind of angled section here, the whole thing might fall over, but we'll give it a go anyway. Let's find out. Luckily, we've got a lot of weight on the rear. So no exploded wheels yet that I can see. Okay, full speed. Yeah, I don't know how much the game will want to clear the launch pad, so it might be that we have to make a permanently mobile solution. In which case we just tidy up what we've got here, because this works. In terms of being a mobile solution. There we go. The only problem is that flagpole is kind of in the way. So we're going to have to go steady here. What? We're out of power? What? How are we out of power? Why are we not getting electrical charge from the solar panels? I'm confused. Sun exposure 0. Oh, it's a solar eclipse. No, it's an eclipse. What are the odds of having an eclipse just as I was about to try and do this thing? I've never seen that in KSP before. Wow. Oh, and it exploded because I... Oh. I accidentally time warped, but an eclipse. Right. Let's recover this. Or should we... No, we'll leave it there and try and launch... No, we'll recover it and do it properly. Oh. Wow. Hellish getting ruined by a rare event. Yeah, that's just me all over, that is. But now we know we can do that again properly. Wow. So hopefully by the time that we get this out again, the eclipse will be over. How much was that? How much does it cost for me to make this? It's quite a lot. We'll have to see. The game is slowing down on this bit now. I think it's to do with the amount of wheels involved. Don't think we're going to change this. I even like the off-centered or off-axis solar panels. So, yeah, I mean, this seems to work nicely. In theory, we could leave this as a mobile thing near the pad. It depends whether the pad gets cleared. If you put a rocket on the pad, I don't know if something next to the pad will get cleared. Or how far away something needs to be where it doesn't get cleared. So we'll put it right next to it and we'll see what happens. Is the eclipse still happening? The eclipse is still in progress. Okay. Silly eclipse. Can't believe that. What are the chances? I mean, for me, it was always going to happen, wasn't it? Oh, dear. I don't know. I'll make the weirdest, most amazing, crazy machine I've ever made on Kerbal Space Program, and it crashes into a flagpole because there's an eclipse. Okay, we're going to have to slow down soon so that we can make our way over to where we need to be, hopefully without blowing up any tyres. The good thing is that because we've got so many wheels on this, that the brakes work really quite well, considering how large it is. I mean, that is quite bendy though, isn't it? The crane arm. The crane arm of doom. Right, let's try and gently go down this embankment. Should have pointed the crane arm the other way really, but we're okay. Survived that. Okay, so things aren't exploding at the minute. I was going to say any more. Then I realised that was a terrible thing to say right now. Because the power's about to go. Put the brakes on. Status, blocked by moon. We see I've got the brakes on now, so... Can I... Do you think I'll be alright to do time acceleration? Still blocked by moon. Oh, they're almost going round together. There we go. we can carry on. So I think that I need to come this side of the flagpole, but our crane arm's in the way. So let's just stop a moment and move that. So traverse rate down to 10. The current angle is 0. So if I go this way, that is minus. So I need to think of this as there. So let's get it to minus 90. That'll do. It's not going to tip over forwards, is it? Not with this amount of weight on the back. And it may wiggle around a lot, but it's not going to just randomly explode. At least I don't think so anyway. Now the question is, if we park this up, will launching a rocket remove it? I think one of the solar panels is going to get in the way. So let's see. So let's put it smack on in the flame trench. If you attach a girder from the counterweight to the back of the fuel tank, will it stop the bendiness? I think anything I do to stop its bendiness is going to stop it from rotating. So that is pretty much as central as we're going to get. So let's put the brakes on, re-extend that solar panel, a retractable girder, I don't know, and then let's put the target angle back to 90, so it's like the opposite way almost. No, wait, no, just sideways, so just 0. There we go. And let's call that in position. Now, can we launch a rocket with that there? So, go to Space Center. And let's see what happens. I have no idea. I've never done this before like this. I mean, there's no fuel in it. Well, there is a little bit in the counterweight, but we don't even know if it'll create fuel. So I don't know. You might not be able to create fuel at the launch pad. There might be something in the game that stops you. So it is sat there by the launch pad. And if we try and launch a rocket, what happens? That's what I want to know. What happens if you try and launch a rocket? Is it me or is the game slowing down a lot? So if we go to like the Buzzard 5. Okay, this is the Buzzard 5. Let's just say, like, let's just empty some of these tanks. And then, look, the SF1 is in the way. So how much does it need to be not in the way? Does it need to be completely off the launch area? And I don't know how far back we can go. It might probe the biome readout. If your launch pad wasn't upgraded, would that let you work around to reach the limit of a launch? Actually, I've done that before. So I've done that where I've created a fuel tank, put it on the launch pad and driven it off, creating another fuel tank, put that on the launch pad, driven it off, put a rocket on the launch pad empty, driven the fuel tanks back up to fill it, and then launched it. So yes, it is a workaround for a lower level launch pad. Let's swivel this back to about 90 degrees. And also I think we should slow this traverse rate. See, that is only just reaching the rocket by the looks of it. So it might be that we need a longer arm on it if we're going to move backwards. So let's just let's put that back, and also take the brakes off and just move back a little bit to like here. I don't actually know where the biome boundaries are for the various different areas. It might be that we have to leave this down here, drive it up every time we want to fill up, which would be a little bit rubbish. Okay, this is a little bit slow now. There we go, 6. So let's leave that there and try and do it again. So I actually made a video about that. I made a video about, I think I called it the Fuelatron. In some ways it was very similar to this, but it didn't have the ability to make its own fuel. It was just a fuel tank on wheels with a long arm that you can attach to fill up your rockets with. So I have done that in the past. Okay, let's try now. Launch a Buzzard 5.
Fantastic.
Ooh. Look at this. Look at this. Let's see what happens. Oh, I missed it. I missed the notification. Oh, I'm sorry I missed. I'm going to have to go and find it. There we go. Maybe one of my mods could grab that. I was concentrating on getting this out. Hello, Raiders, and welcome. Oh, it does work. So then I guess really we can just... The problem is that I think this rocket is probably a bit big. But let's find out. Let's just give it a go. We're doing some testing, everybody. Hello and welcome. If you don't know, I'm Master Hellish, and I like to try and do weird things. So I don't think this is going to reach. We might need to move forward. Ah! We might need a longer arm. There's a lot of wheels. Oh, look at that. It just missed. It just missed. Okay, but we've got a proof of concept now, actually. So... I guess a small redesign is in order. Slightly longer arm. It does look like a strange construction thing. It does, yes. Bear me a second, folks. Just double checking something. Yep. Go to my dashboard. Yay! I can see the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Let's see if we can get this actually making some fuel. So if we can get this making fuel, we have an option. This is something that could work. So the brakes are on. Let's extend the radiator. Let's deploy the drills. I mean, in theory it should work. The drills have gone into the ground. So if I start it, at least the whole thing isn't shaking this time. We'll also have to put some sort of key bindings on these at some point. So they're drilling. We are slowly getting ore in these containers. That's good. And if we create liquid fuel and oxygen, the thermal efficiency is reaching 100%. Apparently we're on 5% load. And the tanks are filling up. Okay, so we have a mobile fuel yard. It's a mining, fuel, conversion, refueling rig. It is. The only problem is that the rig doesn't quite reach the rockets. This is our first attempt to actually do this. First time, and it's very bendy. Very bendy, that arm. I've had an idea of how to make that arm less bendy. Right, okay, cool. Let's recover this, upgrade it, and try again. This is going well. Well, quite well. This is as well as it goes. Question is how well the things move after it's full of fuel. Slower? That's a good question. That's a very good question. Ideally, I want to get it in a position where we don't need to move it. So we just need to make it better. Let's recover the rocket as well. So yeah, it needs to be... Ideally, I'd just like to be stationary and just swing the arm backwards and forwards. But we need a bigger arm. We're going to need a bigger arm. Which means it needs to be less bendy as well. Now, when we were up against the launch pad, we could almost reach the rocket. But when we moved back, we could then actually put a rocket on there without it trying to clear the refining rig. So I think we just need a bigger arm, which is a little bit difficult to design in here. Let's switch editors and see. Oh, that's much better. That is much better. So if we take the end of the arm off and severely lengthen it. I mean, we haven't even tried transferring fuel through this yet. I don't think we can put this on the launch pad, and I think that might be too long for the runway. So let's push that backwards a bit. But I actually had an idea about how to make this more structurally sound. If we can get the angle of this right. 90%, alright, not 90%, 90 degrees. So if I do this, yeah, and put, missed it. Let's try again. We put a girder, what are these again? Strut connectors up here, but then we can put a strut connector from here, and I don't know how far they can go. Like, it does appear that they can get very long. That's as long as they can go. We might be too bendy. Let's have a secondary connection. Just zoom in a little bit. It's an experiment. Oh, that is long. I don't like how long that is. If you make the arm... Oh, hang on a minute. Who had the idea about putting a hinge on it? Because I really like that idea. If you make the arm go lengthwise across the back of the vehicle, you can probably extend it further. What do we think, chat? Should we put a hinge on it or not? I feel like a hinge might be the solution here. I just don't know if you can put fuel through it. That's the problem. I suppose it's the problem with the rotary thing, but that's why we're doing this. Nope, that's on the wrong side. Can you build an attachable connection on the back of the fuel tank for stability while driving? Maybe. Not sure, to be honest. Not sure exactly how you mean. Okay, so let's get this rotated the right way around. So, like this. I mean, we'll have to adjust that so it's not inside the other girder. There we go. Hang on, my hinge. My hinge is the wrong way. What? Watch this. Watch this. This is. Where's it gone? Where's my tool? This is what would happen. It's gonna go through it. Oh no! Hang on a second. Let me fix that. Rotate the hinge. There we go. And also when the hinge is, there we go. Let's try and do it while the hinge is out. That's where we will be okay. Ugh, the camera's not doing what I want it to, but I think we're okay. There we go. So as long as the hinge can support that weight, and we bring the traverse rate down as well. Oh, that has got to be good, right? Switch editor, save, launch. What was the other thing we was going to do? Was it just make the arm longer? I can't remember now. I could have sworn it was something else. I wondered about the wheel on an arm. Hang on. I wondered about a wheel on an arm that isn't intended for driving. Just holding up the boot. Oh my goodness. Solar! Thank you very much. It does wangle downwards quite a lot. That is not a very secure connection. It is very bendy. Very bendy. You feel like it might explode? Only if we turn the traverse rate up like this. Oh, that almost works. Use 2 hinges for stability. Maybe we need a bigger hinge, but the whole thing is bending. We need a bigger counterweight. We definitely need a bigger counterweight. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Okay, bigger counterweight, potentially bigger hinge. Speaking of the solar eclipse earlier, is there any other power sources other than solar? Well, fuel. So you can burn fuel to get power. There's a fuel cell. I'm pretty sure there's a fuel cell. I'm almost certain there's a fuel cell. Okay, so if we put a weight on the end, a bigger weight on the end, we might actually find it difficult to drive. But hopefully if we can get it into the right position, we can just leave it next to the launch pad forever. And then we can put the mini one on the moon that we designed earlier in the episode. So, fingers crossed. I don't think we've done this much designing in a while, have we? RTGs are the best energy source in the game, apparently. So, let's switch editor. Right, so it did bend a lot, which means we need a heavier fuel tank on the back. No, that's about the same size, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same as what I already had. That looks like it's probably bigger. There we go, that's going to help. And then I think the hinge is just rubbish. So maybe a better hinge? There we go. Let's get it the right way around this time. Extend it out all the way. grab this bit and stick it on. Yep, that looks good to me. Just need to adjust where it is on the hinge. I'm not sure that's in line. Oh, it is. Okay. And then in theory, I think we might be sorted. Yeah, yeah, you've got end game item, yeah. Some thrusters have alternators on them too, so you can use fuel to power. Yeah, I think that's how a lot of the jet planes work, isn't it? So you can get power on your jet plane by just running the engines. I think we can call this, like, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. If it doesn't explode, that's great. If we can move it to where we want it to be, that's brilliant. And if we can actually fuel the rocket with it, that is tremendous. I mean, what you can even do is send a rocket out to the launch pad, empty, put fuel in it and bring it back and get money. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, that'd be interesting. I just like trying different things. And this is definitely different. I don't think I've ever done anything like this before. Oh my goodness, it's bending badly. Oh no, I accidentally put it on the launch pad. Okay, right. Oh my goodness. Right, let's get the traverse. Okay, I don't think the hinge is going to work. Oh my goodness, is this going to flip? You can sell the ore. Okay, I thought that was maybe the case. I've just never done it before. Okay, this is actually kind of working. It's just a bit too heavy. We can just take some of the fuel out though, can't we? There we go. Look, watch. Let's remove all the fuel from here. Oh, misclicked. How's that? That looks quite balanced actually. I like that. The only problem is we don't want it on the launch pad. We want it next to the launch pad. Or as my daughter would say, near the launch pad. No. I mean, what's the odds of us being able to actually slowly maneuver this down? I think it's cool. The fuel just passed through the servo. Oh, it did. Thank you for that, Knight. I think we might actually be able to get this off the launch pad. I have lost some tyres already, though. I can see there's at least 4 tyres that have popped. And I'm getting a little bit impatient and I'm doing it quicker. I need to go slower. Solar. Yep. Solar. Solar. Come on. Why won't it let me... I ran out of electric charge. Right. You know what? That's good. I don't think we need the hinge, though. I don't think we need the hinge. Take the hinge out. Take some of that fuel out. And just go and leave it by the launch pad. And I think we'll be alright. I think it would be good. If Brandon was piloting this thing, it better than dying in a fiery explosion. Look, we haven't had fiery explosions for at least an hour now. Or getting stuck on the launch pad. Oh, yeah. Because I forgot to extend the solar panels. Look, we only accidentally left Brandon at Minmus once. Okay? A little fuel to electric generator might come in handy. That's a good thought. I don't think I've unlocked it yet. I can't remember. Okay, let's open it up. And all I'm going to do is nip over to the other building just because it's easy with the camera. I'm going to take that off and just whack it back on the end. dip. And we'll just... Oh! Okay, I thought I'd saved the changes with the fuel out, but there we go. There's the... That's a different thing, isn't it? Let's get the right one. No. Yes. Now, which one did I... Alt. There we go. Which one did I take the fuel out of? I think it was the near one, wasn't it? There we go. I thought this was my autosave ship, but I've saved it now. We're not going to launch it from the launch pad. Oh, maybe we are. It's too large for the runway? Apparently it's too long. I mean, it is quite long. Needs to be long. Maybe we do. Maybe we do need to have the hinge in it for launch purposes. Let's put it near the end then. But that other hinge we put in was so much better, wasn't it? This one. So let's do that. Just get the hinge open, and then we can fix this little quirk that we get with the girder. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Ah. No, that's not the right way around from what I wanted it. Tell you what we'll do. We'll just take this bit off and then stick it back on. No, no, come on. There we go. That'll be fine. I'm sure it is. Hey, we fixed it by putting a hinge in. We'll probably only ever use that hinge once we've got the arm swung out, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm determined to get this working. This is going to work. I've never done this in Korea before. That's true. It will go in the right direction eventually. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that we haven't got enough reach. So let's now... I forgot to slow that down, but never mind. There's a little bit of wobble on that, but hopefully it's not going to... I mean, this thing isn't designed for... Solar panels, thank you. I was going to say, this thing isn't designed for driving around. It's not what we're here for. Let's see if we can get this at a relatively constant speed. There we go. What am I watching? You was looking through the KSP category and you're concerned. We're trying to make a fuel refinery reloading fueling thing. And I've never done it before, and we're going to give it a go. So in theory, we should be able to mine ore, refine it into fuel, and then like fuel our ships with it. That's the plan. I have no idea whether it'll ever work. Just like most of the things I try. But you know what? We're trying anyway. Oh my goodness. That is so bendy. That is so bendy. Right, we're going to have to retract this solar panel so that we can get past that pole. I mean, this is a little bit overkill, yeah. Oh my goodness. I can't read chat. Struts along the top bit should help. And we've got some struts, but it's obviously not quite enough. But this thing isn't going to be driving around. Once we get into position, it's just going to be stationary with a nice, slow, gentle swing. So the way that I got this to work before, with the rocket actually on the launch pad, was by driving it right up to the stand, right up to the flame trench, getting it as close to central as I can, and it is slowly getting a little bit more aligned, and then just bringing it back a bit. Now let's see if that is back far enough. Actually, probably what we should do is see how far the arm will reach.
Fantastic.
So let's tell it to go to -90, and if it will reach the launch pad, then that's fine. But I mean, most of the things I do probably should never have been done, but yeah. Try the strut while I'm driving it, and then remove the struts once I've done moving it. I did not think of that. I didn't think of that, but yeah, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing this gently. Do you think I can use time acceleration? I don't know. We just want it so that it'll only just reach the rocket. Do you have the DLCs? Yes, I do. Extending pistons. For what? What would I use the extending pistons for? I'm a little bit confused about that. So the idea is I want this as far away from the launch pad as possible, but yet still be able to reach the base of a rocket. Don't time warp. Yeah, I don't think time warping is a good idea for this. We're just going to have to be a little bit patient, aren't we? It does appear to be working though, doesn't it? Well, I can't get the camera directly over the launch pad, but we can get a relatively good idea. I mean, look at that. Surely that's going to be able to reach. Is that Minmus? Oh, Minmus in the background. So we've got the sun, the moon right next to the sun, because we just had an eclipse. And we've got Minmus just over there. That's got to reach a rocket, right? To change how far away. Well, once I'm far enough away, let's take the brakes off. Oh, we've lost power. Why have we lost power now? No probe control. Oh no! Okay. We're going to have to wait until the sun's in a different place. We're going to have to wait until morning. There we go. There we go. We're fine now. So let's extend the other solar panel before that happens again. There we go. So I think, looking at this, that is going to be able to get to pretty much every rocket I have. So let's change the angle. That should retract it completely out of the way. This is exactly the disaster I wanted to watch. That's what you get with me. Half disasters, half success. You never know which one it's going to be. And we can rejoice at both. But so there we go. We're retracting that. We've got the brakes on. I don't think we can get any further back. But if I can leave this now. So you're on career and just looking to save yourself money. Yeah. Well, not just looking to save myself some money. This seemed like a fun challenge to do. So there we go. So now that is retracted. We can even retract the end a little bit, although I forgot to change the traverse rate. So it just wobbled us quite a lot. See, it's not that wobbly when it's not driving around. We have this is why we have two slogans over here. This will work probably. So it's this will probably work, and things don't go wrong. They get interesting. We have got some other ones as well, but they're the two that really, they're KSP ones more than anything else. Right. So now if we go to Space Center and try and put a rocket on the pad, can we do that? And then can we try and fuel it? Having an engineer aboard will make you mine ore faster. Oh, I did not know that. If I'd have known that, we would have put somewhere where an engineer could... Do you think I could get an engineer's seat and attach it? Or a seat? You know, the little seat that they sit on? Then again, if it exploded, that engineer would just disappear into the sky, wouldn't they? Okay, so if I go to the launch pad and say... let's say we was going to put the TR-10 booster on there. Can I launch it? Yes. Yes, I can attach a seat. Brilliant. Minmus is better for ore than Kerbin. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this setup on Kerbin first. And we've actually already tested a setup which I'll be taking to Minmus and potentially the moon as well. So... in theory, this is the booster that I'm using for most of my rockets at the moment. So, yeah, I think we've got this. I think we've done it. I mean, the game is taking forever to load now, but there you go. Look, there's the booster. This is still here. We can change to it, and in theory, just fix the hinge. Arm that. I mean, we've got no fuel. We can actually take fuel out of the rocket in theory. But then if we change the targeted angle to... was it minus 90? I can't remember what it is now. I think it's minus 90. Surely this grabber is just going to enable us to take the fuel out of this. Or is it going to miss? Oh, is it going to miss? It's hard to tell. I think it's going to be close. Maybe we get on the landing strut and it's just going to bash into it. Oh, how close is this? Oh, it just stopped. Okay. More target angle, please. Oh my goodness, the whole thing just jumped in the air. Oh, it's bouncing around like crazy. Oh, all the wheels are exploded. Did not consider that as a potential issue. I must admit. But as a proof of concept... Oh, it bounces around. Is it still rotating? Is that what the problem was? I wonder if it would rotate when we had the drills in the ground. Oh, hang on. Torque limit. Reduce the torque. That will solve that problem. I think reducing the torque might be you might put some landing gear on it, maybe. Well, we've broke it now. I don't know if we'll be able to actually manoeuvre this with the amount of wheels we've got. But let's release. I mean, the wheels that we do have will not allow us to do anything. The motor, let's try and get that. So there's just not enough torque in that motor to do anything. It's stuck, is it? Oh no, there we go. There we go. So if I lowered the torque, then I think we'd be all right. So what do we think? A combination of landing legs and torque. But what you've also got to remember is these fuel tanks are going to be full of fuel in theory. The only problem is now we broke it. That does seem to be bending a lot more than it was before. Let's see what we're saying here. Yeah, until I empty them and it starts dancing again, yeah. Send an engineer out to fix the wheels. I mean, it'd be a lot easier just to recover this and send it back out again. With that many wheels. I think reducing the torque will fix the problem. You're wondering if a vertical post on the arm with additional struts. Maybe. Put Bill to work. Okay, what we'll do... See, we could... I've got this so that we can just drop it on the floor with the feet. So that it doesn't bounce around. I think removing the torque's probably a good idea. I think being able to adjust the head or the position of the head is a good idea as well. Like being able to retract it out and put it in again. I mean, if we made a telescopic arm, that wouldn't be good, because the longer it get, the more it'd tip over as well. Also, we don't have Bill in our game. All of the people, all the Kerbals in our game are named after our fantastic Viewer Plus subscribers, which keeps our channel going. So thank you very much to all of them. Normally I'd be using my joystick, but it's not working today. We'll have to see what we can sort out about that. How about you put an extra vertical post at the point where the struts connect to the actual load bearing tower, and then use struts from there to further it out? Yes. That is probably a good idea, actually. I'll try that. We'll try that, and maybe we'll put a lot of landing legs. Is there an alternative way to make the fuel to money? I don't know. I've never generated fuel before in KSP. We're into new territory with me. This is all new ground. We're breaking ground. Bit more water. We'll also recover the booster, because we don't need that sat there on the launch pad. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Mining then recovering would give the funds from the fuel. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, any craft that's on curbing can be recovered, and there is like how far away it is from the space center gives you a percentage of how much is recovered. So let's open up the SF1, switch so that I can get a better camera, and then what was it we was going to do? We was going to put an extra piece here, because up to there it's quite rigid, and then another connection to there. That didn't work. Let's try again. There we go. And I suppose even this one can move to that point too, like that. So that will help. That's definitely going to help. And then what I want to do is I want to be able to have it not explode, so we can drop the torque right away. So doesn't actually give me torque control from there, so we're gonna have to probably remember to do it. You could also make a small truck to transfer. Yeah, that's what we was going to do initially. I was going to build this, just put it down on the field and do a truck to go backwards and forwards and transfer it. But yeah, this seems a lot more interesting. Okay, well, that should definitely get rid of some of the wobbliness. We need to change the traverse rate of that bit down, otherwise things are going to go horribly wrong. Let me change my mouse sensitivity. There we go. And can we do the traverse rate on this one? We can. Let's get that down. Slower the better, I think. Okay. Bottom struts. Bottom struts. What, like the same we did at the top here? We've got one. Or do you mean down like here or something? Yeah, slower is also more fine control. Right, landing stability. Because at the minute I just put these little feet on it. Don't think that's a good idea. Let's see what we can get on the ground landing equipment. Put the struts to the fuel tanks on the end of the bar thing. No, I'm not following you on that one. Because that rotates. I don't get sidetracked. So if we got like 8.3 million landing struts instead, would that help with stability? Probably. Would it stop me from being able to deploy this? No. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just accidentally cloned the entire thing. So you could have an engineer put down ground anchors near the pad and anchor it? Oh, yes. I've never used them before, but I have seen them. Here we go. A Stampotron ground anchor. And I don't know how it goes. I think that's a good idea. I do. I think that's a really good idea. So maybe what we'll do is we'll drive this into position, then get an engineer out to put a ground anchor under it. Let's try that. We'll give that a go. I'll have to get an engineer to install it on site, yes. So what we'll do is we'll drive this over there first. If you put connection struts in front of the fuel tanks, from the front of the fuel tanks up to the structural thing, you can detach them when you're in place. Oh, I'm with you now. I was thinking to myself, how would it rotate round? You have no ideas how the anchors work. Yeah, I've been meaning to investigate them as well. Solar! This is where everybody just solar. Brandon's not an engineer, he's a scientist. Okay, solar. Should we see how fast this thing will go? Can the solar panel start extended? Probably, yeah, actually. Oh, I need a docking port. See, what I was thinking is that I just put like docking ports on the bottom of this and then drop it onto the anchor. Surely that would work. Can I just not drop this on top of the anchor? Put the docking ports on the bottom of... Oh, I feel like I need to like put them on here to try that out now. I mean, I'll show you how important the traverse rate is. Like, that's what happens if you don't do the traverse rate. It just becomes very unwieldy. It's like some sort of angry donkey. This is the angry donkey. Oh, that's got to be its name, right? No, that's the wrong one. Okay, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's an angry donkey. Oh dear. Come on, I want to recover this thing. Okay, let's recover it. What we could do... Wonder if it's worth changing the panels in the VAP so they start deployed. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Get some control keys set up. For what? What control keys do we want set up? This is I mean, I've got a half decent PC, and even then it's taken a little while to load. I'm just glad we haven't really lost much money doing this. For the drill and hinge, definitely not for the hinge. No, we don't want to control the arm because we want to have a manual control of the movement to get it in just the right place for the rocket. The last thing we want to do is just smash the rocket because it wasn't quite the right position. For the drills, turning the drills and stuff on and off, we can do that once we've got going though. What's going on? Why is it... Oh, there we go. So, let's open up the panels. That will keep Egg happy. And then we'll put a connecting strut from like here to there. And that will stop the wobble while we're driving, and then we can disconnect it. And then we need to look at potentially putting docking ports on the bottom. Maybe when it's in position. So let's take those bits off. Let's just put the docking ports on. Can't see. Right. Reroute. Ah! 1, 2. There we go. Okay, so that's got the docking ports on there. So in theory, if we get the engineer out with... I mean, it looks tiny. Is it for the smaller docking port? Oh, there we go. Right, we'll get an engineer out with some of that. You can put anything structural on it? Okay. Well, we'll try it with docking ports. So, let's go. You have to put it in an engineering crate. Yeah, we'll have to do that afterwards. What we'll do is we'll get it all in position. We'll go out there with the rover and then we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. We'll find out. Trial by fire. An experiment. Don't forget the seat for the engineer. We'll attach that later as well. We'll take an engineer out in the rover and we'll get him to fix everything. Oh, look at that. That's so much better. So this was originally ridiculous and now it's only a little bit ridiculous. I still think it's quite ridiculous. It's going to take forever to make some fuel though, isn't it? Maybe we should put more drills on it. I don't know if we've got the power and stuff to be able to do that. But this is like the Mark 1. This is the first time I've ever done it. Like once we perfected this, if we wanted to add more drills on and swap it out, then that's not going to be a problem. Making fuel takes forever. Yeah, it does take a long time. We did a test over there. So we know it takes ages. We had what could be a potential... Nearly went. Coffee time. Yeah. Actually, I'm not up tomorrow for work. I've got a day off. I'm going to be digging, not digging, I'm going to be laying tiles in the garden though, so no decent amount of time off for me. But don't forget everyone, we will be doing a lunchtime live stream. If you want to be able to have a say in what we do in that live stream, remember there'll be an announcement on Discord where you can vote for what you want to see. And we'll do a little live stream at lunchtime, but the next full live stream is on Thursday night for my RimWorld Let's Play. And of course, if you only really like KSP, we'll be back next Tuesday. Okay, so if I remember correctly, let's get this nearly completely in position using that marker line which is slightly off center. Pop the brakes on and then we're going to disconnect. Can I get that? It's the other end. Right, so it's disconnect that. Whoa! And then flip that out and open up the panel. And also switch round to 90. There we go. So the second solar's out. If this is in the right position, we will get a engineer out with a rover, which we've already got a rover. We'll just need to put the components in it. And we'll try and attach this to the ground. I do actually like how this arm is folding out at the same time as rotating. That is beautiful. I mean, it's got a bit of a lean on it now because the arm isn't fully extended. Oh, I love this. Even if it doesn't work properly or it takes forever, I don't mind. You could take out a Kerbal engineer on the landing platform to put everything down for you, yeah. Instead of recovering it? What? You... oh, okay. On the landing platform. So that's now fully extended. Judging by the shadow, it looks like we are in the right position as well. So let's now pull the arm back. Actually, I think we may be slightly over halfway. So let's move back a little bit. Whoa, that was a lot of bit. A landing platform. Okay, hang on a second. Let's get this back out to 90. Because I'm not sure we had it in the right position. Where's the sun? Alright, so the sun is almost directly overhead, so we can use the shadow as a gauge of where it is. Except the shadow... Oh, it does render on the launch pad. Okay, so we actually need to move this across so that we're in line with the center. So let's move it over. Come on, because I forgot that the center of the vessel, or the center of the rig, so to speak, is not the center of the crane. That's more like it. Look at that. That is much more like it. So then if we put that... Just trying to judge it based on that shadow, but it is bending a lot because I keep moving backwards and forwards because I'm silly. I think that should hit any half decent sized rocket on the launch pad. So let's rotate it out the way. We've got the torque on there. Look, there's the torque limit. Let's lower that. Still rotating? Yep, still rotating. Brilliant. So now we just need the clamping things underneath this. And a seat somewhere. And actually I don't know where you would put a seat on this because, well, it wasn't designed to have any seats. Okay, so if you, I just did time acceleration. If you do time acceleration, it stops. So there we go. That is as good as sorted. So if we now go back to the Space Center, we're going to have to adapt a rover. Yeah, I'm just going to use a rover I've already got. We've got a little rover that we normally use for science, for roving around like the local area and stuff like that. It's a little bit quirky. It's a little bit weird, surprisingly enough. But it'll do the job. We just need to put a little cargo component on there. We maybe just rip the science stuff off it. It shouldn't become that unwieldy. So I think we're far enough away from the launch pad to be able to deploy stuff on there. Hopefully it'll be alright. This will probably work, I think. I've never used these clampy things. It would be nice to actually, give them a go. But once we've clamped it down and dropped it on top of the clamps, hopefully the wheels, the lack of wheels, look, it's turned invisible now. So let's get the, hopefully the lack of wheels will make it a lot easier. So let's get the rover out. Take this lot off the back. There we go. Now we need some sort of storage unit. Which sort of storage is it? Can't remember now. Is it in utilities? No. Cargo, there we go. That's too big. That'll do. This rover is ridiculous. There we are. And so we can put the cargo in there, I think. So let's do that. And what did we want? We want the 4 of these There we go. And ideally, we also want a seat. There we go. Oh, and we've got loads of seats on this anyway. Now, have we got a good engineer? No. Our engineer's currently on the moon. I can't remember what level of engineer can do what. Are we going to have to get our engineer back from the moon to finish this? Find out next time. Oh, it's gone past midnight here, and if I need my other engineer, we are not doing it today. We're doing it next time because we've got stuff to finish on. We need to send a new lander to the moon, one with enough Delta V. I think if we just rearrange the current lander that we've got, like change the engine, something with a better specific impulse will be all right. But let's see if Jesse can do it. So go on, the turning circle of something with terrible turning circles. Right. All we've got to do is make sure that this fuel thing doesn't land on Jess's head. So leave seat. Get down. Right. Let's go have a look. So in here, let's just take these. Can we carry that? Oh, we can't carry it. Can we even carry... Oh, right, okay, we can carry the docky thing. Higher rate gives you better rate on drills. Okay. So if I come round here and deploy this directly under the dock import, we have a small chance of this working. Ooh. Are you telling me that I can't put that? I'm going to have to drive over it. Right, okay. Wait there. We'll move back a little bit. It's going to have to be just a tiny bit though. Like there. Right, let's try again. I'm a little bit disappointed I can't put the seat in place. Oh, add struts to the ship. Okay. I was just gonna drop the ship on it. To be honest, would that not work? There we go. I think that's too far forward. Oh no, it's too far forward. Pick up. Yeah, I might actually have to do some struts. Okay. There we go. It probably wouldn't work. Oh. Alright, never mind. Those wheels are still vibrating, so... Let's get these in place. We'll drive forward. We'll pick up some struts and see if we can actually connect this thing to the floor. I'm not sure if it would just crumble under the weight of the struts though. And I wonder if I can take these docking ports off if that's the case. Oh, that was so close to being in the perfect position. There we go. Struts are OP. Right, can I just pick that off? No, I can't. I can take it off, but I don't know if I can even put it back on again though, because I can't carry it. I could borrow struts from this. Like, we could take some wheels off. We'd have to move it forward again though before. Actually, we're going to need to move it forward so I can do the rear ones. No, not. I can get in there. So, come on. How do I get in your inventory without? There we go. Can I carry more than one? No, I can't. You can slowly move it to the rover by dropping it and picking it up. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. By just moving it around. So we need to go under here. Whoa, what's going on? Why can't I? Oh, I can't walk because I picked it up. Is this not going to work? Am I going to have to move forward? Oh. I'm going to have to move forward and then back again. Well, hopefully we can connect this thing to the ground and then everything will be fine. Yeah, this is a pain. Actually, we'll just keep hold of that and... Right, so now if I inch forward a little... Come on. There are struts nearby that I don't need, so... Hopefully... Oh, there we go. There's the other fuel thing that we made earlier on in the episode. This is basically the one that I was thinking about putting on the moon. Much more compact, much more simple. Like, probably something that would actually work. Right, okay, let's see if we can get these now in position. It's painful enough just watching. You like my rover? Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right, let's put this down. I think this is painful because, like, one of the main reasons it's painful is because I've never done this before. This is, like, new to me. There we go. Do you have the larger radiators? What do you mean these radiators? I have those ones. Yes, things do get blown up in many ways. That is what happens. There we go. Right, we got the last one. Then we're going to attempt to just fix everything down. Maybe this is what we need to do at our moon base so things don't bounce around all over the place. Right, here we go. Get this in position. That looks good to me. At least I'm not crashing trains in OpenTTD. How dare you insinuate that I would crash anything? Okay, so can I take that? Like, if I go into build mode, where's build mode gone? Where has build mode gone? Yeah, I don't think I actually had a crash on Saturday, so why? Where is my build mode? Let's try I. Oh yeah, that worked. I'm not sure, but I think the button might be bugged out. Anyway, we need to move this back again. So we need to be very, very careful. That's not too bad. I'm going to move it back just a tiny weeny bit more. He says, oh, I thought I turned the brakes on. There we go. That will do. Right, now let's see if I can get the strut connectors in. So, here we go. So can I borrow... Yeah, borrow that. Why am I stood in the wheels? Get out of the wheels. Or anything goes horribly, horribly wrong. There we go. So, let's do strut connector from there to here. Nope, that didn't work. Let's try again. Right on the edge or something. Let's try it the other way around. On the plate. Nope, that doesn't work. Let's just move that out of the way. That didn't work at all. Okay. Just move that. Yeah, I can't move that bit. These seem to be able to connect. The struts seem to be able to connect to there. But then it won't connect to the rest of this tank. What if... Just looking for components I can cannibalize from anywhere. That's strange. And I can't lift these wheels off, unfortunately. I wonder why. Can I just do them from here to like there? No. Okay, let's put them on there and see if we can get the docking port on it. So, docking port. There we go. Oh, you're tired. Okay, well, have a good night's sleep and take care for now. Goodbye. Let's try doing that. No. These strut connectors just won't work. That is really strange. I mean, I could try and just line these up so I could just actually dock them. Might have to attach the port to an anchor and dock the ports. Attach the docking port the other way around and move the second port over and drop to attach. Okay, let's give that a go. Let's move out the way. Didn't mean to get under the rover. Right, if this all explodes, it's not my fault. But we need to maneuver this a little bit. I mean, this is certainly easier to maneuver than in space. Oh, why is it moving? It's rolling around. F5. Yeah, any bug or quirkiness, I'll reload that. I mean, if I make a mistake, I make a mistake. But okay, I don't think I could get too much closer. This thing is so twitchy. I'm going to try and get it so it's like spot on. I mean, it's swaying. It's fairly late where you are, but you just wanted to stop and say hi. Thumbnail looked promising. Well, thank you very much. Thumbnail. That's the Kerbin space station in the thumbnail. I've also just realised, like, we've got to get this. Actually, that's pretty good. Right, let's drop it. Let's drop it. See what happens. Oh, we've got landing legs on the. We've got a landing leg on the back. I didn't mean to have them. That's going to mean it drives better. So, whoa. Think we've got a bit of a problem where we might have to drop both sides to get it close enough. Yeah, I've got it bound to my my joystick. It's not working today. So let's go back and get ready to come in again. Seem to be getting further and further away from it. There we go. That should help. That little adjustment maneuver that I just did then should help us get this thing much more on target. All I can see is the crane swinging around on its shadow. There we go. Right, here we go, folks. No. Sort of. No. Brilliant. Well, we tried. Refueling station setup. Yes. I don't think we're going to manage to connect that to the floor. Let's see if we can do anything about that. You think I've got it? I don't think it is. It's just completely fallen off. I'm not so sure about that at all. What if I just release all the clamps and we see what happens? Decouple back. I mean, it just says set at target. It's not coupled. It's not coupled at all. The only thing I can think of, right, is that we move the arm so it's pointing backwards. Like this. Get as much weight on the back as possible. What? Hang on a minute, I think I missed what you said. What if you decouple the back? Oh, decouple the back. Yeah, it might do. It might hop the whole thing backwards, which is why I wanted to rotate the arm back. So if we rotate that to 0... No, wait, 90... It definitely slid off. Right, there we go. So the arm is now there, and what we can do is move the fuel to the back to make the arm benders more that way. Maybe. If we decouple the back, then that might happen. And one of the things we could do is just put that here, just in case it's going to help. Spin the top part as fast as you can, turn it into a helicopter and see what happens. We're just going to decouple everything. Here we go, folks. We're going to decouple everything, and we'll see if this weight, along with the back, just jolts it backwards enough. I don't think it will, but we can try, can't we? Okay, it did jolt backwards, but it didn't work. So what we'll do now is we'll just switch to our Kerbal. And just check to see if there's anything we can do before pulling this back inside. It does seem to be bouncing around on that quite hard. Doesn't want to connect to that plate. So I think that's not it attached today. So we'll have to see. I'll have to keep that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. I mean, obviously these side bits detached quite nicely, and it's sat where we want it to, so that's good. But I think we just need a better solution for lowering it down. It might be fine. It is just a little bit of a shame that we now have a system with... Oh, that didn't even attach. There we go. I don't know where those ports are in the ground. Oh, they're back here still. So we can pick them up, get them out of the way. The only thing is it might be too close to the launch pad now. More position for lowering. I think, yeah, the decoupling was misaligned and it was always going to be difficult. I think what we could do is we could get the piston extension things so that we could lower it down on. Connect it up that way. Okay. Well, Jesse, you tried. And we may have actually succeeded. That might still be in a good place. Yeah, this rover can't do that sort of thing on curbing. Let's just recover that. Yeah. Yeah, I think decoupling one sign misaligned it all. So I think the precision was okay. It just went over, which was no good at all, really. So let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up and see. I mean, it's there. We may as well see if we can connect it to a rocket and if we can get it to do some fuel production. I kind of think that maybe building this as a refinery off to one side might be a better idea. And it looks like we've got quite a lot of bits and bobs. Look, we've got ground anchor, ground anchor, ground anchor, and then the actual vessel. So now if we go and stick a TR10 booster on this, can we transfer fuel? If we can, success. We may not have clamped it down to the ground, but we wasn't actually trying to clamp it down to the ground in the first place. Oh, I've run out of drink. The game is running really slow now, though. I think maybe we need to take our mock-up lunar base in. There's too many objects at Kerbin. I think we've got a few flags lying around as well. So I think the idea here is that if we switch and then go from 90 to okay, yep, that was a bad idea because it just like bashed into it. Also, it's going the wrong way around. Why is it going that way around now? What's going on? Okay. We can fix this. There we go. We can just slip past the rocket. Put that bit out. Turn the torque limit down. And there we go. Wow, it's actually a bit far out. That rocket's not in the middle of the launch pad. That's what the problem there is. I mean, we can compensate for that by like moving it back a bit and bringing the angle. Oh, actually, I've got a good idea. So there you go. It didn't bounce around. We just need to reduce the torque. Maybe do a torque limit of 10. There we go. Look, it's working. So that is actually really good. Then if we release, we can... I'm not sure what happened to that hinge. Does that hinge become detached from what it was supposed to be hinging? What's going on? The weird Kerbal physics again. So we retract the arm. We'll do a transfer rate of 40. Yeah, it looks like it's stuck. Yeah, I think I'm going to reload this because it's gone a bit strange. Look at that, it's just phasing through it. It's just... Yeah, you know what? You're right. For a prototype, for a first ever attempt, we've done all right. And it kind of works apart from that buggy arm. So if I do a reload, I believe we were over... Yeah, I think let's do a quick save and a quick reload just to see what happens there. It is a bit wacky, but, you know, it's what we're doing here, isn't it? We're all a bit wacky. Wacky's interesting. No, the save and reload did not fix the hinge problem. Oh, it kind of did. It kind of did. If anything, that's better. So what we need to do when we want to use this, we need to pin these here and go, right, let's pull this hinge back. And then we push out the main arm. And then we need to decide like how much arm we want. It's like a little bit more arm there. And then we bring a bit of hinge in. Like, and then we can get a clamp. So if we get that about 90, 100 and something. I'm doing these the wrong way round. Right, rotate to about there. Pull the alligator back. Yeah, you just got to determine the angles. Oh, there we go. You see, and it locks on. Fuel transfer. Release. Switch back. And target angles. I mean, that works. The only thing we've got to do now is make some fuel. So let's try that. Let's just deploy this and keep it going until like we want to try and fuel something. There we go. You know what I've just realised? I've had the game sounds turned down, I think. Because I'm not really hearing anything. Unless the game's bugged again. There we go. Yeah, we definitely should start action groups to stop mining. Yeah, that's definitely... It's an unstable mess, but it somehow works. You've just described me. Yeah, I think it's... This joint here is bugged out, which is unfortunate. Because if that wasn't bugged out... Like, look, it's going through the part. Although, this could be an opportunity for us to fix it. So if I get that back to where it needs to be... Roughly there. Quick save. And quick load. I reckon we can do that. It seems that a quick save and a quick load refixes that part. And it seems to break whenever we disconnect from a rocket. So to me, that's not a design flaw. That's just, and it's not even a limitation to KSP. It's just a bug. There you go. Look. So then, if we just fold it right in, then the whole thing should be quite happy. Put a bit more torque on it. Okay, it doesn't look very happy, does it? Did we take the fuel out the back? Some of the fuel is out the back and I don't know why. Did we put it in here? I think we might have done actually. There we go. It is still very bendy though, isn't it? Look at that. I don't remember it being that... Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Let's slow down the traverse angle. I don't remember it being that bendy. Oh, you're going to smash solar panels off. I mean, it is fixed. It's fixed and working. We are producing fuel and we can transfer it to a rocket. So there we go, folks. Right. It may not be pretty. Like I was trying to find the best angle for it. But unfortunately for this thing, I don't think there is a best angle. It may not be pretty, but I would say it works. Throw more struts at it. And for a first attempt, that's alright. I'm relatively happy with that. I mean, the first goal of today was actually just to design a fuel making station for the moon, which we did easy. This took much longer than what I thought it was going to take. So yeah, that's pretty good. Would it be faster driving up the ramp? Yeah, I think maybe it would be faster driving up the ramp. It may be that in the future we decommission this, we make a proper production, a proper production rig, and we just put it in the middle of the complex and just drive tankers. I think driving tankers around would be much better. So whilst that's producing and our rocket's there, we may as well get this one going as well. Why not, eh? Why not? Let's extend that. So this is if you weren't here earlier on in the stream, this is our my first ever attempt at drilling for resources. Basically, this over here to the right, and just can I? There we go. Okay, so this is actually a copy of what we've got on the moon at the moment. It's a base under construction. And the idea was to build something in the same style that we could probably connect up to the base. And that's how this started. I mean, the drills are way too low, but it works. I mean, it is going to fill that tank up slowly, so we'll leave that running. And we've got a few rovers left over, so what we'll do is we'll just switch to one of them and recover it. There we go. It's way too sensible. We'll see. Remember, folks, if I do anything between live streams, I'll either send footage to Jackamak, or I will put something on the Discord. So if you're not on my Discord, head over to my Discord, and of course the links to my Discord is on my website, masterhellish.net, along with the links to my YouTube channel, my news and the giveaways and all the stuff that happens. It's been cool hanging out with you tonight and doing some KSP, so thank you very much for helping me out. I feel like some of us have been learning together. It's certainly been a fun experience. I've enjoyed it. I'm really enjoying this playthrough of KSP, and yeah, overall we're doing quite well. I would love to be able to get to another planet sometime soon. We've got our first probe on its way, but we'll see what we can do. But thanks again, folks. So remember, lunchtime stream tomorrow. Vote on Discord. RimWorld stream Thursday night, and then next Tuesday we're going to be doing KSP again, and of course my normal videos out on the YouTube channel. Thanks for watching, everyone. Take care, and have a good rest of the day, and good night.